the unspoken negotiation of status in every exchange. Something strange happens every time two people talk, and most never notice it. Long before ideas are exchanged, before anyone agrees or disagrees, before facts even enter the conversation, a silent negotiation begins. It is not about intelligence. It is not about knowledge. It is about status. Every conversation contains an invisible struggle to determine who is leading, who is following, who is seeking approval, and who is giving it. The reason this matters is because people rarely respond only to words. They respond to the social signals wrapped around those words. You can watch this happen everywhere. In meetings, at family dinners, on first dates, in job interviews, and even between close friends. Two people can say almost the exact same thing and receive completely different reactions. One person is listened to carefully while the other is ignored. One person sounds convincing while the other sounds uncertain. The words may be similar, but the invisible status signals are completely different. Most people assume conversations are simple exchanges of information. But human beings are social creatures, and for thousands of years survival depended on understanding your position within a group. Long before modern society existed, knowing who had influence, who could be trusted, and who held authority carried real consequences. Even today, those ancient instincts are still running beneath the surface. Your brain constantly scans social situations, searching for clues about confidence, competence, and standing. This is why seemingly small behaviors have such a powerful impact. The person who speaks slowly often appears more confident than the person who rushes. The person who remains calm under pressure usually seems stronger than the person who desperately tries to prove themselves. The person who can tolerate silence often holds more social power than the person who feels the need to fill every empty second with words. What makes this shocking is that most people accidentally lower their own status without realizing it. They over-explain simple points. They apologize for things that require no apology. They constantly seek validation before expressing an opinion. They soften every statement because they are afraid of being judged. Ironically, the harder they work to gain approval, the more they communicate that they do not believe their own words deserve attention. Imagine someone sharing an idea in a meeting. Before they even begin, they say things like, "This might be a stupid idea," or "I am probably wrong, but..." In that moment, they are not just presenting information. They are telling everyone else how to evaluate that information. They are quietly placing their own idea beneath the ideas of everyone around them. Most people never notice they are doing this, yet it dramatically changes how others respond. On the other hand, high-status behavior is often surprisingly subtle. It is not loud. It is not arrogant. It is not about dominating the room. In fact, the people with the strongest presence are usually the least desperate to prove it. They speak because they have something to say, not because they need validation. They listen without appearing threatened. They disagree without becoming defensive. They do not treat every conversation like a competition they must win. The mistake many people make is assuming status comes from external success alone. They believe confidence appears after achievement. But in conversation, perceived status often comes from emotional control. The person who remains composed when challenged immediately changes the social dynamic. The person who does not crumble under disagreement sends a powerful signal. Whether consciously or unconsciously, everyone around them notices. If you think back to the most memorable conversations in your life, chances are you will see this pattern everywhere. The people who influenced you the most were probably not the ones who talked the most. They were the ones who seemed completely comfortable with themselves. Their words carried weight because they did not appear desperate for acceptance. They created the feeling that they could be respected even if nobody agreed with them. And once you start noticing this invisible negotiation, conversations begin to look completely different. You realize that beneath every exchange of words, there is another conversation happening at the same time. A silent conversation about confidence, certainty, self-worth, and social position. Most people never see it, yet it shapes almost every interaction they have for their entire lives. Why people rarely say what they mean directly. Have you ever walked away from a conversation feeling like something important was said without actually being said? Maybe someone told you they were fine, but everything about their voice suggested the opposite. Maybe a friend casually mentioned being busy, when what they really meant was they did not want to meet. Or maybe someone praised your work while subtly signaling criticism underneath the compliment. It happens constantly, yet most people barely notice it. One of the strangest truths about human communication is that people rarely say exactly what they mean. We like to think conversations are direct. We imagine that words are simply containers carrying thoughts from one mind to another. But real communication is far messier. Hidden beneath almost every sentence is another message entirely. The reason starts with a basic fact about human nature. Most people want two things at the same time. They want honesty, and they want social safety. The problem is that those goals often collide. Being completely direct can create conflict, rejection, embarrassment, or discomfort. So instead of saying exactly what they think, people wrap their real message inside softer language. Think about how often this happens in everyday life. Someone says they might think about it when they have already decided no. Someone says they are not looking for anything serious when they are trying to avoid hurting another person's feelings. Someone says they are just tired when they are actually angry. The words on the surface and the meaning underneath are often two completely different conversations. What makes this fascinating is that most people are not consciously trying to deceive anyone. In many cases, they are trying to protect relationships. Human beings are deeply social creatures. We instinctively avoid actions that could threaten social harmony. Psychologists sometimes refer to this as face-saving behavior. People constantly manage how they appear to others while helping others preserve their dignity as well. Direct honesty can sometimes feel socially dangerous, so indirect communication becomes the safer option. This creates a strange reality. Much of communication is not about listening to words. It is about interpreting signals, tone of voice, facial expressions, timing energy, what someone chooses not to say. Sometimes the silence between sentences contains more information than the sentences themselves. Imagine a manager asking an employee if they can stay late. The employee responds by saying they have a lot going on at home tonight. Technically, that is not a no, but everyone involved understands the real meaning. The conversation becomes a negotiation conducted through implication rather than direct statements. The same thing happens in friendships and relationships. Someone who feels neglected might not say, "I feel unimportant to you." Instead, they might complain that you never seem available anymore. Someone who wants reassurance may not ask for it directly. They might tell a story that quietly invites validation. The surface message is different from the emotional message hiding underneath. This is where many misunderstandings begin. Some people only listen to literal words. Others listen to emotional meaning. When those two styles collide, conversations become confusing. One person believes they communicated clearly. The other feels completely misunderstood. Neither realizes they were operating on different levels of communication. The shocking part is that indirect communication is often rewarded. People who are highly socially skilled learn to recognize hidden meanings quickly. They notice changes in tone. They detect hesitation. They pick up on emotional cues that never become explicit. As a result, they navigate conversations more effectively because they understand that words are only part of the message. But there is another reason people avoid directness, and it is much more personal. Sometimes saying what we truly mean forces us to become vulnerable. It is easier to hint at rejection than to admit fear. It is easier to complain indirectly than to confess hurt feelings. It is easier to stay vague than to risk hearing an answer we do not want. Indirect language becomes a form of emotional protection. Once you recognize this, everyday conversations begin to look completely different. You start noticing that people are constantly revealing themselves, while trying to conceal themselves at the same time. Their real thoughts leak through pauses, word choices, expressions, and subtle shifts in behavior. The message beneath the message becomes impossible to ignore. And perhaps the most important realization is this: the people who understand human behavior best are not necessarily the ones who listen the hardest to words. They are the ones who learn to hear what is being communicated underneath them. Because in conversation, what people mean is often hidden in plain sight, waiting for someone perceptive enough to notice it. The hidden power of turn-taking and interruptions. Most people think the most important part of a conversation is what gets said. In reality, one of the strongest forces shaping every interaction is something far less obvious. It is who gets to speak when they get to speak, and who decides when their turn is over. The strange thing is that conversations look chaotic on the surface, yet they are actually governed by invisible rules. Two strangers can meet for the first time and somehow know when to talk, when to pause, and when to listen. Nobody explains these rules. Nobody teaches them directly. Yet almost everyone follows them instinctively. And the moment those rules are broken, people feel it immediately. Think about the last time someone interrupted you while you were explaining something important. Chances are the frustration appeared before you even had time to think about it. The interruption felt bigger than the actual words being spoken. That is because interruptions are rarely interpreted as simple communication mistakes. They are often experienced as social signals. At its core, turn-taking is about respect, attention, and influence. Every time someone allows you to finish your thought, they are silently acknowledging that your contribution has value. Every time someone cuts you off, intentionally or not, they are changing the balance of the interaction. The conversation stops being just about information and starts becoming a subtle negotiation of power. This is why interruptions can feel surprisingly emotional. Imagine telling a story to a group of friends. Halfway through, someone jumps in and shifts the conversation toward themselves. Suddenly, it feels as though your voice became less important. The irritation is not only about being interrupted. It is about what the interruption seems to communicate. What makes this even more fascinating is that not all interruptions are equal. Some interruptions strengthen connection. Others damage it. For example, When a close friend excitedly jumps in because they know exactly what you mean, the interruption often feels energizing. It creates momentum. It signals enthusiasm and engagement. But when someone repeatedly cuts you off to redirect attention back to themselves, the emotional experience becomes completely different. The interruption starts to feel dismissive rather than supportive. Researchers who study conversation have found that people are incredibly sensitive to these timing patterns. We constantly monitor who receives attention, who controls the flow of discussion, and whose ideas get expanded versus ignored. Most of this happens beneath conscious awareness, yet it strongly influences how we judge confidence, competence, and social standing. This leads to a surprising realization. Some of the most influential people in a room are not necessarily the loudest. They are often the ones who control the rhythm of the conversation. They know when to speak. They know when to pause. They know how to create space that makes others pay attention. A well-placed pause can sometimes carry more power than an extra paragraph of explanation. Think about someone who never rushes to fill silence. Most people become uncomfortable when a conversation goes quiet. They start talking simply to eliminate the tension. But people who are comfortable with silence often appear more confident because they are not reacting to the pressure. They are controlling the pace instead of being controlled by it. The opposite is also true. People who constantly rush to speak can accidentally communicate insecurity. They fear losing the floor. They fear being forgotten. So they jump in quickly, talk over others, and fill every gap. Ironically, the behavior intended to gain influence can sometimes reduce it. What is happening underneath all of this is deeply human. Every conversation involves a limited resource, attention. Only one person can fully hold the spotlight at a time. Turn-taking is the system that distributes that resource. Interruptions are moments when that distribution changes. That is why they carry so much emotional weight. Once you start paying attention, you see these patterns everywhere. In meetings, the person who gets interrupted most often usually loses influence over time. In relationships, feeling heard often matters more than receiving advice. In social groups, people naturally gravitate toward those who make them feel that their turn to speak genuinely matters. And perhaps that is the biggest lesson hidden inside something as simple as conversation. People do not just want to express themselves. They want evidence that their voice matters. Every pause, every interruption, every opportunity to finish a thought sends a message about belonging, respect, and value. Most people spend their lives focusing on what they should say next. Very few pay attention to the invisible structure that determines who gets heard in the first place. Yet that hidden structure quietly shapes every conversation, every relationship, and every social interaction we have. How conversations quietly establish social hierarchies. Walk into any room where people are talking, and within minutes an invisible structure begins to form. Nobody announces it. Nobody votes on it. There are no official titles being handed out. Yet somehow, everyone starts sensing who carries influence, whose opinions matter most, who gets attention, and who struggles to keep it. What is fascinating is that these social hierarchies are often built through conversation long before they are built through achievement. Most people assume status comes from money, success, intelligence, or authority. While those things can certainly matter, conversation is where hierarchy becomes visible. It is the arena where people constantly reveal how they see themselves and how they expect others to see them. Think about a group meeting where nobody knows each other very well. At first, everyone appears equal. But as the discussion unfolds, subtle patterns emerge. One person speaks and everyone listens. Another speaks and gets interrupted. One person's joke makes the group laugh. Another person's comment gets ignored. Without realizing it, the group is gathering information about who holds social weight and who does not. The shocking part is how quickly this process happens. Human beings are wired to evaluate social dynamics almost instantly. Within moments of interacting, people begin forming impressions about confidence, competence, authority, and influence. These judgments are not always accurate, but they are powerful. Once formed, they can shape the entire direction of a conversation. And most of the signals people use are surprisingly subtle. For example, individuals who speak calmly tend to be perceived as more confident than those who rush. People who can disagree without becoming emotional often appear stronger than those who become defensive. Someone who listens carefully before speaking frequently gains more respect than someone who constantly tries to dominate the discussion. This creates a strange paradox. Many people believe influence comes from talking more. In reality, influence often comes from appearing comfortable enough not to talk all the time. The person desperately fighting for attention often appears lower in the social hierarchy than the person who seems confident they will be heard whenever they choose to speak. You can see this dynamic everywhere. In workplaces, the employee who constantly seeks validation may be viewed differently than the employee who presents ideas with quiet certainty. In friendships, some people naturally become the center of attention while others fade into the background. Even in families, conversational habits often reinforce invisible rankings that have existed for years. What makes this even more interesting is that hierarchies are not always imposed from the outside. People often participate in creating their own position. Imagine someone who apologizes before sharing every opinion. They say things like "this might not make sense" or "I am probably wrong." They may believe they are being polite, but what they are actually doing is lowering the perceived value of their own contribution before anyone else has a chance to evaluate it. Over time, these small behaviors accumulate and influence how others respond. On the other hand, people who treat their thoughts as worthy of consideration often receive more consideration, not because they are necessarily smarter, but because confidence itself acts as a social signal. Human beings constantly look for cues about how seriously they should take someone. We often use a person's behavior to make that decision. This does not mean the highest position in a hierarchy always belongs to the loudest or most aggressive person. In fact, some of the most respected individuals in a group rarely seek attention directly. Their influence comes from consistency, emotional control, and the ability to make others feel heard. They do not demand status. They naturally attract it. The uncomfortable truth is that conversations are never completely neutral. Beneath every exchange of ideas, there is an ongoing process of social sorting. People are learning who influences whom. They are noticing whose approval matters. They are tracking who can change the direction of a discussion and who simply follows along. Most people never consciously recognize this process. They assume conversations are only about sharing information. But underneath the words, something much larger is happening. Every interaction is quietly teaching people where they belong within the social landscape of that particular group. And once you begin noticing these hidden patterns, it becomes impossible to unsee them. You realize that every conversation is doing two things at once. On the surface, people are exchanging ideas. Underneath, they are constantly defining relationships, assigning influence, and building social hierarchies that shape future interactions long after the conversation itself is over. The rule of mutual validation and why it matters. There is a reason some conversations leave you feeling energized, understood, and connected, while others leave you strangely drained, even when nothing openly negative happened. The difference often comes down to one invisible rule that almost every successful conversation follows. People need to feel acknowledged, not praised, not flattered, not constantly agreed with. Acknowledged. It sounds simple, but this need runs far deeper than most people realize. Every time someone speaks, they are doing more than sharing information. They are offering a piece of their perspective to another human being. And whether they realize it or not, they are waiting for a signal that says, "I heard you. I understand what you are trying to communicate. Your thoughts exist in my awareness." When that signal arrives, conversations flow naturally. When it does not, something starts to break. Think about the last time you told someone a story you were excited about. Maybe it was an achievement, an idea, or an experience that mattered to you. Instead of responding to what you said, the other person immediately redirected the conversation back to themselves. They were not necessarily rude. They may not have even intended any harm. But suddenly the interaction felt different. You no longer felt heard. You felt invisible. That reaction reveals something important about human nature. People do not simply want to speak. They want evidence that their words landed somewhere. Psychologists have long understood that social validation plays a major role in emotional well-being. Human beings are deeply social creatures. Throughout history, belonging to a group increased chances of survival. Being ignored or excluded carried real consequences. Even though modern life has changed dramatically, our brains still react strongly to signs of social acceptance and rejection. This means that small conversational behaviors often carry far more emotional weight than we realize. A simple nod, a thoughtful follow-up question, a brief acknowledgement before offering a different opinion. These tiny actions communicate something powerful. They tell the other person that their contribution has value. What makes this surprising is that validation does not require agreement. Many people confuse the two. They believe acknowledging someone means accepting everything they say as correct, but the strongest conversations often involve disagreement combined with validation. Someone can completely reject your conclusion while still making you feel understood. Imagine explaining a concern to a friend. Instead of immediately arguing, they first show that they understand why you feel the way you do. They recognize your perspective before offering their own. Even if they disagree, the conversation feels respectful because your experience was acknowledged rather than dismissed. Now compare that to someone who instantly tells you why you are wrong. The facts may be identical, but the emotional experience is completely different. This is because mutual validation acts like social lubrication. It reduces friction between minds. It creates the feeling that two people are working together rather than competing against each other. Without it, conversations often become battles for recognition instead of exchanges of ideas. The most fascinating part is that everyone is seeking validation, even the people who claim they do not care what others think. The confident executive in a boardroom, the teenager telling a story to friends, the parent sharing a concern, the comedian telling a joke. In different ways, they are all looking for signs that their presence is being recognized. This is why being ignored can feel surprisingly painful. In many cases, people react more strongly to being dismissed than to being criticized. Criticism at least acknowledges existence. Being ignored sends a deeper message. It suggests that what you said was not important enough to register. You can see this principle operating in almost every social environment. The most charismatic people are often not the ones who talk the most. They are the ones who make others feel seen. They listen carefully. They respond directly to what was said. They create the feeling that every person in the conversation matters. As a result, people naturally gravitate toward them, not because they possess some mysterious social gift, because they satisfy one of the most fundamental psychological needs human beings have: the need to feel recognized. And once you understand this rule, countless social mysteries suddenly make sense. You understand why some people instantly build rapport. You understand why certain conversations feel effortless. You understand why arguments escalate when people stop acknowledging each other's perspectives. Beneath the surface of every meaningful interaction lies a simple exchange. I recognize your experience, and you recognize mine. When that exchange is present, trust grows. Connection deepens. Communication becomes easier. Most people spend their lives trying to be interesting. Far fewer learn the power of making others feel understood. Yet that invisible skill quietly shapes friendships, relationships, careers, and entire social circles. Because in the end, people rarely remember every word that was said. They remember how the conversation made them feel about themselves. Why silence can communicate more than words. Most people are afraid of silence. The moment a conversation goes quiet, something strange happens. Hearts beat a little faster. Minds start searching for something to say. People rush to fill the empty space before it becomes uncomfortable. It is almost as if silence itself is a problem that needs to be solved. But what if silence is not the absence of communication? What if it is communication in one of its purest forms? The truth is that some of the most powerful messages people send are never spoken aloud. They exist in pauses, hesitations, delays, and moments when words suddenly disappear. And once you start noticing this, conversations begin to reveal an entirely different layer of meaning. Think about the last time you asked someone a difficult question. Maybe you asked how they really felt about something. Maybe you confronted an issue they had been avoiding. Before they answered, there was probably a pause, maybe only a few seconds. But those few seconds often contained more information than the answer itself. Because silence is rarely empty. A pause can signal uncertainty. A pause can signal discomfort. A pause can signal careful thought. A pause can signal emotional pain. The challenge is that words can be chosen deliberately, but silence often exposes what words are trying to hide. Imagine asking a friend if they are happy in their relationship. If they instantly respond with confidence, that tells you one thing. But if they stare at the floor for several seconds before answering, your brain immediately notices. Even before they speak, part of you already senses that something important is happening beneath the surface. This is because human beings are incredibly sensitive to conversational timing. We constantly interpret not only what people say, but how long it takes them to say it. We notice hesitation. We notice gaps. We notice when someone suddenly becomes quiet in situations where they would normally speak. And those moments often reveal emotions that words struggle to express. What makes silence so powerful is that it forces people to confront meaning without distraction. Words can be used to explain, justify, defend, or conceal. Silence removes those tools. It creates a space where emotions become harder to escape. That is why some of the most emotionally intense moments in life contain very few words. A parent sitting beside a grieving child, two friends after a painful argument, a couple realizing something important has changed between them. In moments like these, silence often carries the weight that language cannot. The shocking part is that silence does not only communicate emotion, it also communicates confidence. Most people feel pressure to keep conversations moving. They fear awkwardness. They fear being judged. They fear that if they stop talking, they will lose attention or appear uncertain. As a result, they fill every available gap with more words. But people who are comfortable with silence send a completely different signal. They do not rush. They do not panic. They do not feel compelled to constantly prove themselves. And because of that, they often appear more composed, more self-assured, and more influential. The ability to tolerate silence suggests a level of comfort that many people unconsciously associate with confidence. You can see this dynamic in powerful communicators. They do not speak in a nonstop stream. They pause. They let important points breathe. They allow silence to do some of the work. Those pauses create anticipation. They draw attention. They give people time to absorb what was said. Ironically, saying less can sometimes make people listen more. Silence also plays a hidden role in relationships. When people feel deeply connected, they often become comfortable sharing quiet moments together. They no longer need constant conversation to prove the connection exists. The silence itself becomes evidence of trust. On the other hand, uncomfortable silence can expose distance. Two people may exchange polite words all day, yet the moments between those words reveal tension neither wants to acknowledge. In this way, silence often becomes a mirror reflecting the true state of a relationship. Perhaps the most fascinating thing about silence is that people instinctively try to interpret it. When someone stops responding, we search for meaning. When a text goes unanswered, we imagine explanations. When a room suddenly becomes quiet after a comment, everyone begins wondering what the silence means. This happens because the human brain hates uncertainty. We are wired to find patterns and explanations. Silence creates a gap in information, and our minds rush to fill it. But sometimes the meaning is not hidden inside the words that were never spoken. Sometimes the meaning is the silence itself. Once you recognize this, conversations start looking very different. You realize communication is not made entirely of sentences. It is made of timing, pauses, restraint, and presence. The spaces between words stop feeling empty. They become part of the message. Because beneath every conversation lies a truth most people overlook. Speaking is only one way humans communicate. Sometimes the loudest message in the room is the one nobody says at all. The invisible contracts people create within seconds, long before people decide whether they like each other, trust each other, or even understand each other. Something remarkable happens. Within seconds of meeting, they begin creating an invisible contract. Nobody signs anything. Nobody talks about it. Most people are not even aware it is happening. Yet this silent agreement quietly shapes everything that follows. The moment two people start interacting, they begin making assumptions about what kind of relationship they are entering. Is this going to be formal or relaxed? Competitive or cooperative? Respectful or dismissive? Honest or superficial? Without saying a word, Both sides start looking for clues. A smile, a tone of voice, eye contact, the speed of a response, the level of attention being given. Tiny signals that seem insignificant on their own suddenly become pieces of a much larger puzzle. What makes this fascinating is how quickly the human brain works. Before logic fully enters the picture, people are already forming expectations. They are deciding what behavior is acceptable, how much openness feels safe, and what role they are likely to play in the interaction. Think about meeting someone for the first time. Within moments, you can often sense whether the conversation feels comfortable or tense. Sometimes you cannot even explain why. Nothing obvious has happened. No major words have been exchanged, yet part of you already knows whether you feel relaxed or cautious. That feeling is often the invisible contract taking shape. The brain constantly searches for patterns because uncertainty feels uncomfortable. When interacting with someone new, we instinctively look for signs that answer important questions. Can this person be trusted? Will they listen? Are they respectful? Are they judging me? Are they safe to be honest with? The answers do not arrive through direct statements. They arrive through behavior. A person who listens attentively creates one kind of contract. A person who constantly interrupts creates another. A person who shows warmth creates one expectation. A person who appears cold creates a completely different one. And once those expectations form, they become surprisingly powerful. This is where things get interesting. People often behave according to the contract they believe exists, even when nobody explicitly created it. Imagine entering a conversation where someone treats your opinions as valuable from the very beginning. They ask thoughtful questions. They seem genuinely interested in what you think. Almost immediately, you become more open, you share more, you engage more confidently. The invisible contract tells you that your voice matters. Now imagine the opposite. Someone seems distracted. They barely acknowledge your responses. Their attention keeps drifting elsewhere. Very quickly, you start speaking less. You become more guarded. You contribute less energy to the interaction. The contract changes your behavior. What is remarkable is that both people are often influencing each other at the same time. One person's signals affect the other's behavior, which then reinforces the expectations of the first person. Within minutes, a cycle emerges that neither side consciously planned. Psychologists sometimes describe this as a self-fulfilling process. Expectations influence behavior, and behavior strengthens expectations. The relationship begins following a path established during the very first moments of interaction. This explains why first impressions carry so much weight. It is not because people perfectly judge character within seconds. It is because those first moments often establish the invisible rules both sides unconsciously follow afterward. The shocking part is how difficult these contracts can be to change once they form. If someone is initially perceived as confident, people often continue interpreting their behavior through that lens. If someone is initially perceived as uncertain, they may find themselves fighting an uphill battle to change that perception. The original contract keeps influencing how future behavior is interpreted. But perhaps the most important invisible contract of all revolves around emotional safety. When people feel safe from judgment, they become more authentic. When they feel respected, they become more open. When they feel heard, they become more engaged. And when they feel dismissed, they begin protecting themselves. This process happens so quickly that most people never notice it. They assume conversations unfold naturally. They assume relationships simply develop over time. But underneath every interaction, invisible agreements are constantly being formed and reinforced. The people who are exceptionally skilled socially understand this, even if they cannot always explain it. They know that every smile, every response, every moment of attention helps establish the emotional rules of the interaction. They understand that before people exchange ideas, they exchange signals about how those ideas will be treated. And once you start noticing these invisible contracts, you begin to see them everywhere. In friendships, workplaces, relationships, interviews, and even brief encounters with strangers. Every conversation starts creating expectations almost immediately. Because beneath the words, beneath the topics being discussed, and beneath the personalities involved, there is another process quietly unfolding. Two human beings are deciding what kind of relationship is possible between them. And more often than not, that decision begins within seconds. How people test trust without realizing it. Most people think trust is something that develops slowly over time. They imagine it as a conscious decision, a conclusion reached after enough evidence has been gathered. But in reality, something much stranger happens. Long before people officially trust someone, they begin testing them. The surprising part is that these tests are rarely planned. People do not sit down and think, I am going to evaluate this person now. Instead, they do it automatically, quietly, almost unconsciously. Small moments appear throughout conversations, and hidden inside those moments are opportunities to prove whether someone is trustworthy or not. Once you notice these tests, you start seeing them everywhere. Imagine meeting someone new. During the conversation, they casually reveal a small personal detail. Nothing dramatic. Maybe a frustration they have been dealing with or a mistake they recently made. On the surface, it seems like ordinary conversation. But beneath that disclosure is a question. What will you do with this information? Will you listen? Will you judge? Will you dismiss it? Will you use it against them? Without realizing it, they have just conducted a trust test. Human beings are remarkably careful when it comes to vulnerability. Very few people reveal everything about themselves immediately. Instead, they tend to release information in stages. A small detail first, then a slightly deeper one, then something more meaningful. Each step serves as a way of measuring safety. If the response feels supportive, trust grows. If the response feels dismissive, trust shrinks. This process happens so naturally that most people never recognize it. Think about friendships. Strong friendships rarely begin with deep emotional conversations. They usually start with small exchanges. Over time, people reveal slightly more of themselves and observe how the other person reacts. Every response becomes data. Every reaction becomes evidence. Can I be myself around this person? Can I rely on them? Can I reveal something real without regretting it later? The answers are often determined through dozens of tiny interactions rather than one major event. What makes this fascinating is that trust tests are not limited to personal disclosures. People test reliability too. Someone might send a message and notice how consistently you respond. They might make a small request and observe whether you follow through. They might share an opinion that is slightly controversial just to see how you react. Again, these actions are often unconscious, yet they serve an important purpose. They help people determine whether a relationship feels safe enough to deepen. The shocking reality is that many conversations are not really about the topic being discussed. They are about trust. A person telling you about a stressful day may not simply be sharing information. They may be testing whether you can provide understanding. A person admitting uncertainty may not be looking for solutions. They may be testing whether they can be imperfect around you. A person sharing a dream or ambition may not just want feedback. They may be testing whether you will support them or quietly tear them down. The topic is visible. The trust test is hidden. This is why seemingly small reactions can have such large consequences. One dismissive comment can close doors that took months to open. One thoughtful response can create connection far beyond what the words themselves would suggest. Researchers who study relationships have repeatedly found that trust tends to grow through responsiveness. In simple terms, people become closer when they feel their thoughts, emotions, and experiences are treated with care. It is not perfection that builds trust. It is the consistent experience of being understood and respected. Ironically, many people fail trust tests without realizing they were taking one. They immediately offer advice when someone wanted empathy. They change the subject when someone was trying to open up. They laugh at something that required sensitivity. They break confidence to gain social approval elsewhere. From their perspective, nothing significant happened. From the other person's perspective, the answer to an important question was just revealed. Perhaps the most powerful trust test of all involves vulnerability. When someone reveals something meaningful, they are handing you a small piece of emotional responsibility. They are allowing you to see a part of themselves that could potentially be judged, rejected, or misunderstood. Your response teaches them whether it is safe to reveal more. And this process never completely disappears. Even in long-term friendships, close relationships, and strong partnerships, people continue running small trust tests. They continue looking for reassurance that the connection remains secure. Because trust is not a destination people reach once and never revisit. It is an ongoing conversation, a continuous exchange of signals that answer one fundamental question: are you safe for me to be real with? Most people believe trust is built through grand gestures and dramatic moments. But the truth is far quieter. It is built through hundreds of ordinary interactions that seem insignificant at the time. A thoughtful response, a kept promise, a protected confidence, a moment of understanding when it mattered most. And while people may never consciously announce these tests, they are constantly taking place beneath the surface of everyday conversation, quietly shaping who we open up to, who we depend on, and who ultimately earns a place in our lives. The secret role of emotional mirroring in dialogue. Have you ever met someone and felt an instant sense of connection, even though you barely knew them? The conversation flowed effortlessly. There were no awkward struggles to keep things going. You felt understood, comfortable, and strangely at ease. Then there are other conversations that feel difficult from the very beginning. Nothing seems wrong on the surface, yet something feels disconnected. The difference often comes down to a hidden process that most people never notice. Emotional mirroring. It is one of the most powerful forces in human communication, yet it operates almost entirely beneath awareness. While people believe they are exchanging words, they are also constantly exchanging emotions. They are matching energy levels, reflecting expressions, adjusting tone, and unconsciously synchronizing with one another. In many ways, conversations are less like two people talking and more like two emotional systems trying to find a shared rhythm. Think about what happens when someone tells you exciting news. If they are enthusiastic and animated, but you respond with a flat expression and a monotone voice, the interaction immediately feels strange. The words may be supportive, but emotionally something is missing. Now imagine responding with genuine excitement. Your expression changes. Your tone rises. Your energy aligns with theirs. Suddenly the connection feels stronger. Nothing about the facts changed. The emotional alignment did. This happens because human beings are incredibly sensitive to emotional signals. Long before we analyze someone's words, we react to how those words are delivered. The brain is constantly scanning facial expressions, vocal tone, body language, and emotional intensity. It is searching for evidence that another person understands our internal experience. And one of the strongest signals of understanding is emotional mirroring. When someone reflects our emotional state appropriately, we instinctively feel seen. We feel that our experience has been recognized. The conversation becomes smoother because both people are operating on a similar emotional wavelength. What makes this fascinating is that mirroring often happens automatically. Friends who spend a lot of time together begin adopting similar speech patterns. People in close relationships unconsciously copy each other's expressions. Even strangers often start matching posture, pace, and tone during a positive interaction. Most of the time, nobody realizes it is happening. Yet these subtle adjustments create a powerful sense of connection. Researchers studying social behavior have found that people tend to feel more comfortable with individuals who display similar emotional cues. This does not mean copying someone mechanically. In fact, forced imitation usually feels unnatural and uncomfortable. Genuine mirroring is much more subtle. It is the natural tendency to emotionally tune into another person. The shocking part is that many communication problems are not caused by disagreement. They are caused by emotional mismatch. Imagine someone sharing a painful experience. Instead of responding with understanding, the listener immediately becomes overly cheerful and optimistic. Their intention may be good, but the emotional gap creates distance. The speaker feels unheard because their emotional reality was never acknowledged. The same thing happens when someone is excited and the response is indifferent, or when someone is playful and the response is cold. The conversation may continue, but the feeling of connection weakens. This is because people are not only evaluating whether others understand their words, they are evaluating whether others understand their emotions. And emotions often matter more. Think about the people who make others feel comfortable almost instantly. They are not always the smartest. They are not always the most charismatic. Often, they possess a quiet ability to match the emotional atmosphere of a conversation. They know when to be serious. They know when to be lighthearted. They know when someone needs empathy instead of advice. As a result, people naturally feel drawn to them, not because they are saying extraordinary things, because they create emotional harmony. There is also a deeper reason emotional mirroring matters so much. Human beings have an innate desire to feel understood. At the core of many conversations lies a simple question. Do you understand what this feels like? Mirroring helps answer that question without requiring explicit words. A concerned expression, a sympathetic tone, or shared excitement can communicate understanding more effectively than lengthy explanations ever could. This is why some conversations feel meaningful, even when very little information is exchanged. The emotional connection itself becomes the message. Both people leave feeling closer because they experienced a sense of shared understanding. Once you start noticing emotional mirroring, it appears everywhere. in friendships, relationships, workplaces, families, and even brief conversations with strangers. People are constantly adjusting to each other's emotional states, creating invisible bridges between their experiences. Most communication experts focus on words, arguments, and persuasion. But beneath all of that lies something more fundamental. Human beings are emotional creatures, trying to connect with other emotional creatures. And often, the strongest connections are formed not when someone perfectly understands your thoughts, but when they quietly reflect your feelings back to you in a way that says something every person longs to hear. I understand where you are coming from. Why every conversation contains a hidden goal. Most people believe they know why they are having a conversation. They think they are exchanging information, catching up with a friend, discussing a problem, or simply passing the time. On the surface, that often seems true, but underneath nearly every conversation lies another objective, a quieter objective, one that is rarely spoken aloud and sometimes not even consciously recognized by the people involved. Every conversation contains a hidden goal, and once you start seeing it, human behavior becomes impossible to look at the same way again. Think about two people talking after work. On the surface, they might be discussing their day, but one person may secretly be looking for validation. They want reassurance that they are doing well. The other may be seeking understanding. They want someone to recognize how difficult their situation has been. Neither person explicitly says this, yet those invisible goals shape every word that follows. This happens because conversations are rarely just about the topic being discussed. The topic is often the vehicle. The hidden goal is the destination. Imagine someone asking for advice. It sounds straightforward. They present a problem and want a solution. But how often have you offered practical advice only to watch them ignore it completely? The reason is that many people are not actually searching for answers. They are searching for empathy, reassurance, support, or confirmation. The stated goal and the real goal are not always the same. This explains why so many conversations feel frustrating. One person believes they are solving a problem. The other person wanted emotional understanding. One person wants information. The other wants approval. One person wants connection. The other wants influence. Both are participating in the same conversation, but they are pursuing different objectives. The shocking part is that hidden goals are not necessarily manipulative. They are simply human. A person sharing good news may be looking for celebration. A person telling a story may be looking for attention. A person debating an idea may be looking for respect. A person complaining may be looking for validation. The conversation itself becomes a tool for meeting psychological needs. And because these needs often remain unspoken, misunderstandings become almost inevitable. Think about arguments. Most people assume arguments happen because people disagree on facts. In reality, many arguments continue because each person is pursuing a hidden goal that the other person cannot see. One person wants to feel heard. The other wants to feel right. One person wants acknowledgement. The other wants control. As long as those goals remain invisible, the conversation keeps circling without resolution. What makes this even more fascinating is that people often do not fully understand their own hidden goals. Human beings are not perfectly self-aware. We frequently explain our behavior using logical reasons, while deeper emotional motivations operate beneath the surface. Someone might insist they are discussing a topic because it is important. In reality, they may be seeking recognition. Someone might claim they want feedback. In reality, they may be seeking encouragement. Someone might say they want honesty. In reality, they may be hoping for reassurance. The conscious explanation and the emotional objective are not always the same thing. This is why emotionally intelligent people seem to navigate conversations differently. They do not only listen to what is being said, they pay attention to what the speaker appears to need. They notice when someone wants comfort more than solutions. They notice when someone wants appreciation more than analysis. They notice when a conversation is really about belonging, respect, trust, or connection. As a result, they often respond to the hidden goal instead of the visible topic. And that changes everything. Because when a hidden goal is met, conversations become dramatically smoother. The person seeking understanding feels understood. The person seeking recognition feels recognized. The person seeking reassurance feels reassured. The emotional tension disappears because the real need has been addressed. Perhaps the most surprising hidden goal of all is the desire to matter. Beneath countless conversations lies a simple human hope. People want to know that their thoughts matter, their experiences matter, their struggles matter, and their presence matters. Much of communication revolves around finding evidence that this is true. That is why people tell stories. That is why they share opinions. That is why they seek advice, ask questions, and reveal personal experiences. In one way or another, they are searching for signs that they are significant in the eyes of another person. Once you understand this, conversations stop looking like random exchanges of words. They start looking like attempts to satisfy deeper human needs. Every discussion, every debate, every confession, every joke, and every story begins to reveal another layer beneath the surface. Because people are rarely communicating for the reasons they think they are. And hidden inside almost every conversation is a goal that quietly guides everything else. The rule of saving face and avoiding embarrassment. Few things influence human behavior more powerfully than the desire to avoid embarrassment. People will change what they say, hide what they think, soften their opinions, avoid difficult conversations, and sometimes even ignore obvious truths simply to protect themselves from looking foolish in front of others. Yet most of the time, they do not realize that this invisible force is guiding their behavior. Every conversation contains an unwritten rule. Protect your dignity and help others protect theirs. The moment this rule is broken, conversations become tense, defensive, and emotionally charged. Think about how people react when they are corrected publicly. Even when the correction is completely accurate, something often feels uncomfortable. The issue is not always the mistake itself. The issue is that the person's social image has been threatened in front of others. Human beings care deeply about how they are perceived. We want to appear competent, intelligent, reasonable, and socially aware. We want others to see us in a positive light. This desire is so strong that people often prioritize protecting their image over protecting the truth. That may sound irrational, but it makes perfect sense when you understand how social life works. For thousands of years, belonging to a group was essential for survival. Being respected increased opportunities. Being humiliated could damage relationships and social standing. Modern life may look different, but our brains still react strongly to situations that threaten our social identity. This is why embarrassment feels so intense. Embarrassment is not merely the fear of being wrong. It is the fear of being seen as wrong. And there is a huge difference between the two. Imagine tripping while alone in your house. You might laugh and move on within seconds. Now imagine tripping in front of a crowded room. The physical event is identical, yet the emotional reaction is completely different because other people witnessed it. The social exposure changes everything. This same principle operates inside conversations every day. Someone may refuse to admit they forgot an important detail. Someone may defend an argument they no longer believe. Someone may reject helpful feedback. Someone may pretend to understand something they are actually confused about. From the outside, these behaviors can seem stubborn or irrational, but underneath them is often a simple desire to avoid losing face. The fascinating part is that people do not only protect their own dignity, they often help protect the dignity of others as well. Think about how socially skilled people handle mistakes. Instead of directly humiliating someone, they offer corrections gently. Instead of exposing every flaw publicly, they preserve the other person's sense of respect. They understand that people become far more cooperative when their self-image remains intact. This is one reason emotionally intelligent individuals are often so effective in difficult conversations. They know that preserving dignity matters almost as much as solving the problem itself. Consider a manager giving feedback to an employee. One manager says your work has been disappointing and creates problems for everyone. Another manager says, I think there are a few areas where we can strengthen the process and improve results together. Both messages address a problem, but one threatens identity while the other protects it. As a result, the second approach is far more likely to create cooperation instead of resistance. The shocking reality is that many arguments continue not because people disagree, but because they feel cornered. The moment someone feels their reputation, intelligence, or dignity is under attack, their focus shifts. They stop searching for truth and start defending themselves. The conversation becomes a battle for self-preservation. This is why people often react emotionally to facts that challenge their beliefs. It is not always the information itself that hurts. It is what accepting that information might imply about them. Admitting a mistake can feel like admitting weakness. Changing an opinion can feel like losing status. A simple disagreement can feel like a personal threat. Once you recognize this pattern, countless social interactions begin to make sense. You understand why people sometimes avoid direct answers. You understand why they become defensive. You understand why they occasionally pretend confidence they do not actually feel. Most of the time, they are not trying to deceive others. They are trying to protect a version of themselves. And perhaps the most powerful communicators understand a truth that many people overlook. If you want someone to listen, learn, or change their mind, attacking their dignity is usually the worst place to start. People are far more willing to grow when they do not feel humiliated, far more willing to admit mistakes when they feel respected, far more willing to be honest when they feel safe. Because beneath nearly every conversation lies an invisible agreement. We all want to be seen positively by the people around us. We all want to avoid unnecessary humiliation. We all want our dignity to survive the interaction. And whether we realize it or not, an enormous amount of human communication is simply people trying to protect that fragile social image while helping others protect theirs. How agreement and disagreement are carefully managed. Most people think agreement and disagreement are simple. You either agree with someone or you do not. You either support their opinion or challenge it. But real conversations are far more complicated than that. In fact, One of the most impressive things human beings do every day is manage agreement and disagreement without completely destroying social harmony. Because the truth is, people are not just exchanging ideas, they are protecting relationships at the same time. And that creates a delicate balancing act that most of us perform without even realizing it. Think about how rarely people disagree directly. Imagine a friend says something you do not completely agree with. Instead of immediately saying you are wrong, you are much more likely to say something like, "I see what you mean, but I am not sure I look at it that way." Or maybe that is true in some cases, although I think there is another side to it. Notice what is happening. The disagreement is being softened. The relationship is being protected. The goal is not only to communicate a different opinion. The goal is to do so without creating unnecessary conflict. This happens because disagreement carries social risk. The moment two people hold opposing views, a hidden tension enters the conversation. Neither person knows exactly how the other will react. Will they become defensive? Will they feel insulted? Will the conversation turn into an argument? Human beings naturally try to reduce that risk. As a result, people often wrap disagreement inside layers of politeness, caution, and reassurance. The fascinating part is that agreement is managed just as carefully. Most people assume agreement is always straightforward, but that is not true either. Sometimes people agree more strongly than they actually feel in order to create connection. Sometimes they stay silent instead of expressing disagreement. Sometimes they nod along because maintaining harmony feels more important than expressing a different opinion. In these moments, agreement is not necessarily about truth. It is about social stability. Think about a group conversation where everyone appears to share the same view. Often there are individuals who quietly disagree, but choose not to speak up. They are calculating the social cost of expressing their opinion. If the potential conflict feels too high, silence becomes the safer option. What is surprising is how often this happens. Many conversations contain hidden disagreement that never becomes visible. People smile, people nod, people move on. Meanwhile, their actual thoughts remain private. This reveals something important about human nature. Most individuals are not constantly pursuing truth at all costs. They are balancing multiple goals at the same time. They want honesty, but they also want acceptance. They want authenticity, but they also want connection. Sometimes those goals work together. Sometimes they compete. This is where socially skilled people stand out. They understand that disagreement does not have to feel like rejection. One of the most powerful communication skills is the ability to separate a person's idea from their identity. Instead of making someone feel attacked, they challenge the idea while preserving the relationship. They communicate that disagreement is not the same thing as disrespect. This sounds simple, but it changes everything. Imagine hearing these two responses. "I completely disagree with you. That makes no sense." Or, "I can understand why someone would see it that way. I just happen to view it differently." Both responses express disagreement, but one threatens connection while the other protects it. As a result, the second conversation is far more likely to remain productive. The shocking reality is that many arguments are not caused by disagreement itself. They are caused by how disagreement is delivered. People can tolerate opposing viewpoints surprisingly well when they feel respected. What they struggle with is feeling dismissed, mocked, or devalued. This is why conversations often collapse when emotions become attached to opinions. The discussion stops being about ideas and starts becoming about identity. Once people feel personally threatened, defending the belief begins to feel like defending themselves. And that is when communication becomes difficult. Perhaps the most interesting part of all is that complete agreement is not actually what creates strong relationships. If it were, every close friendship would involve two people who think exactly alike. But that is obviously not true. Strong relationships are built on something more important: the ability to disagree without damaging trust, the ability to hold different views without turning each conversation into a battle, the ability to communicate respect even when opinions clash. Once you notice this, conversations begin to look very different. You realize that agreement and disagreement are not simply expressions of belief. They are social tools that people carefully manage to maintain connection, protect identity, and preserve relationships. Because beneath every debate, every discussion, and every exchange of opinions lies a deeper concern. People are not only asking whether their ideas will be accepted, they are asking whether they will be accepted. And that invisible question quietly shapes how agreement and disagreement unfold in almost every conversation we have. Why context often matters more than the actual words. Imagine hearing someone say that is interesting. Now imagine hearing those exact same words after you reveal a brilliant idea. Then imagine hearing them after you make an embarrassing mistake. Then imagine hearing them from a close friend. Then from a stranger. The words never changed, but the meaning changed completely. That is because one of the biggest misunderstandings people have about communication is believing that words carry meaning on their own. In reality, words are only a small part of the equation. Context is what gives them life. Without context, language would be little more than a collection of sounds. And once you realize this, you begin to understand why people can hear the exact same sentence and walk away with entirely different interpretations. Most conversations operate on two levels at once. There are the words being spoken, and then there is the surrounding context that tells people how those words should be understood. The second layer is often far more important than the first. Think about sarcasm. The literal words usually mean the opposite of what the speaker intends. If someone spills coffee all over themselves, and a friend responds by saying, "Well, that was graceful," nobody interprets the statement literally. The context instantly changes the meaning. The words say one thing. The situation says another. And people trust the situation. This happens constantly. A simple thank you can communicate genuine appreciation, passive aggression, obligation, relief, or even frustration, depending on the circumstances surrounding it. The words alone do not contain enough information. The context does the heavy lifting. What makes this fascinating is that human beings are constantly decoding context without realizing it. We pay attention to tone. We pay attention to facial expressions. We pay attention to timing. We pay attention to relationships. We pay attention to location, social roles, emotional history, and countless other signals. Most of this processing happens automatically. The brain is continuously asking a hidden question. What does this mean here? Not what does this mean in general? What does it mean in this specific situation? That distinction changes everything. Imagine receiving a message that simply says we need to talk. Those four words are incredibly neutral on paper, yet depending on who sends them, they can create excitement, curiosity, anxiety, or even fear. A romantic partner sends it. A manager sends it. A friend sends it. The emotional reaction changes instantly because context changes instantly. The words remain identical. The meaning does not. This is why communication problems are often not caused by language itself. They are caused by differences in context. Two people hear the same sentence but interpret it through different experiences, assumptions, and emotional states. One person hears criticism. The other believes they are offering helpful feedback. One person hears concern. The other hears control. One person hears a joke. The other hears disrespect. Neither side necessarily intended the misunderstanding. They were simply operating with different contextual frameworks. The shocking reality is that context can even override the actual words being spoken. Think about someone saying, "I am fine." On paper, the message is clear. But if their voice sounds strained, their expression looks exhausted, and their behavior suddenly changes, very few people take the statement at face value. Why? Because context is sending a stronger signal than the words themselves. Human beings naturally trust patterns more than language. When actions, emotions, and circumstances contradict the spoken message, people often believe the surrounding context instead. This is also why close relationships develop unique forms of communication that outsiders rarely understand. Friends, couples, and family members build shared histories over time. A single phrase can carry years of emotional meaning because both people understand the context attached to it. An outsider hears ordinary words. The people involved hear an entire story. The same principle applies to every social interaction. A joke means something different in a comedy club than it does during a serious meeting. A criticism feels different when it comes from a trusted mentor rather than a stranger. A compliment carries different weight depending on who says it and when. Context quietly transforms everything. The most effective communicators understand this instinctively. They know that successful communication is not simply about choosing the right words. It is about understanding the environment those words are entering. They pay attention to emotional atmosphere, timing, relationships, and expectations because they know meaning is created by the combination of all those factors. And perhaps that is the most important lesson of all. People often spend enormous amounts of energy trying to find the perfect words. They assume communication succeeds or fails based entirely on language. But words are only one piece of the puzzle, because beneath every sentence lies a larger reality that shapes how that sentence will be heard. The relationship between the people involved, the emotions present in the moment, the history that already exists, the situation surrounding the conversation, and more often than not, those invisible forces determine meaning long before the words ever arrive, which is why in human communication, context is not just important, it is often the thing that matters most. The invisible signals that decide who leads the conversation. Most people think the person leading a conversation is the one doing the most talking. But if you watch human interaction closely, you discover something surprising. The people with the most influence are often not the loudest, the most energetic, or even the most knowledgeable. In fact, leadership inside a conversation is usually determined long before anyone consciously realizes it. It emerges through a collection of invisible signals that people constantly send and receive without thinking about them. Imagine walking into a room where several people are talking. Within minutes, you can usually identify who has the most influence, not because someone announced it, but because of the way others respond to them. When they speak, people listen. When they introduce a topic, the group follows it. When they make a joke, attention shifts toward them. Somehow, They seem to guide the flow of the interaction without openly controlling it. The fascinating part is that this influence is often created through subtle behaviors rather than direct authority. One of the strongest signals is emotional certainty. Human beings are naturally drawn toward people who appear comfortable with themselves. This does not mean arrogance. It does not mean acting superior. It means speaking without constantly seeking permission or approval. People who express their thoughts calmly and confidently tend to attract attention because they create the impression that they trust their own judgment. Whether that judgment is correct or not, confidence itself becomes a social signal that others unconsciously notice. Another powerful signal is control over pace. Most people assume influence comes from speaking quickly and filling every moment with words. The opposite is often true. Individuals who can slow down, pause, and remain comfortable during silence frequently appear more influential. They are not rushing to prove themselves. They are not competing for airtime. Their calmness communicates that they expect to be heard, and strangely enough, that expectation often becomes reality. Attention is another hidden source of conversational power. The person who can direct the group's focus often becomes the unofficial leader of the discussion. They ask questions that shift the topic. They decide which ideas receive more exploration. They bring attention back to certain points and away from others. Most people do not even notice this happening, yet it shapes the entire direction of the conversation. Leadership is often less about speaking and more about deciding where everyone's attention goes next. What surprises many people is that listening can also create influence. We tend to associate leadership with talking, but skilled communicators understand that being heard starts with making others feel heard first. When someone listens carefully, remembers details, and responds thoughtfully, people naturally begin valuing their contributions more. Over time, their words carry greater weight because others feel respected in their presence. Influence grows through attention, not just expression. There is also a subtle relationship between reactions and status. People who constantly react to everyone else often appear to be following the conversation. People who cause reactions often appear to be leading it. This does not mean dominating others. It means introducing ideas, perspectives, or emotions that shape how others respond. The person setting the emotional tone of the interaction frequently becomes the person guiding it. Perhaps the most overlooked signal of all is the ability to remain emotionally steady. Conversations are filled with moments of disagreement, tension, uncertainty, and unexpected challenges. When someone becomes visibly shaken by these moments, others notice. But when someone remains composed, even under pressure, they send a powerful message. They communicate stability. Human beings naturally trust stability because it creates a sense of predictability and control. As a result, emotionally steady individuals often gain influence without ever trying to. The strange thing is that most people are completely unaware of these dynamics. They believe leadership comes from titles, expertise, or social position alone. Yet every day, conversations quietly create their own hierarchies. People respond to confidence, emotional control, attentiveness, pacing, and presence. These invisible signals shape who gets followed, who gets heard, and who ultimately guides the interaction. Once you start noticing these patterns, conversations look completely different. You realize that leadership is rarely announced. It is communicated, not through grand gestures or obvious displays of authority, but through dozens of tiny signals that most people never consciously see. And while everyone believes they are listening to words, much of what determines who leads the conversation is happening underneath the words the entire time. How people measure safety before opening up. Nobody reveals who they really are immediately. No matter how confident, outgoing, or honest someone appears, there is always a period of observation that happens before genuine openness. It can last a few minutes, a few weeks, or even a few years. During that time, something important is taking place beneath the surface. The person is quietly trying to answer a question that influences almost every human relationship. Is it safe to be myself around you? Most people assume openness is a personality trait. They think some individuals are naturally private while others are naturally transparent. But the reality is far more complicated. In many cases, people are not hiding because they are secretive. They are hiding because they are still evaluating the environment around them. Before revealing their real thoughts, fears, insecurities, or emotions, they want evidence that doing so will not create negative consequences. This process happens so automatically that most people never notice it. Yet it shapes nearly every meaningful conversation they have. Think about meeting someone for the first time. The conversation usually stays on safe territory. People discuss work, hobbies, daily life, entertainment, or other topics that carry very little emotional risk. On the surface, it looks like ordinary small talk. But underneath, both people are gathering information. They are watching how the other person responds. They are paying attention to tone, reactions, and behavior. Every interaction becomes part of an invisible assessment. Can this person be trusted? Will they judge me? Will they listen? Will they respect what I share? The answers rarely come from direct statements. They come from observation. This is why small moments often matter far more than people realize. Someone shares a minor frustration and watches your reaction. Someone admits a small mistake and notices whether you criticize them. Someone reveals a slightly unpopular opinion and pays attention to how you respond. These moments may seem insignificant, but they are often tests of emotional safety. The fascinating part is that people usually do not start with their deepest vulnerabilities. They reveal themselves in layers. A small personal detail comes first. If that feels safe, a slightly more meaningful detail follows. Then something deeper. Then something more personal. Each step depends on what happened during the previous one. In many ways, emotional openness works like crossing a frozen lake. People do not sprint across immediately. They take a few cautious steps, testing whether the surface will hold their weight before moving further. The shocking reality is that people are often more sensitive to emotional danger than physical danger. A negative social experience can leave a lasting impression. Being mocked, rejected, dismissed, or misunderstood creates emotional memories that the brain remembers very well. As a result, many people develop protective habits without realizing it. They become careful about what they reveal and to whom they reveal it. This is why judgment is so powerful. The moment someone feels judged, emotional safety begins to disappear. They become more guarded. They filter their thoughts more carefully. They reveal less of themselves. Sometimes they continue the conversation, but the deeper level of honesty quietly vanishes. The opposite is equally true. When people feel accepted, understood, and respected, they naturally begin lowering their defenses. They stop monitoring every word. They stop protecting every weakness. They start speaking more honestly because the environment feels safe enough to support authenticity. One of the biggest mistakes people make is assuming that trust is built through impressive words. In reality, trust is often built through emotional consistency. People pay attention to whether your reactions are predictable. They notice whether you respect boundaries. They notice whether you listen without immediately criticizing, correcting, or dismissing. Over time, these behaviors create a feeling of safety that encourages openness. What makes this even more interesting is that safety is not the same thing as agreement. People can feel completely safe with someone who disagrees with them. The difference is that disagreement does not automatically feel threatening when respect is present. A person can challenge your ideas while still making you feel valued. In fact, some of the deepest conversations happen between people who hold different views, but create an environment where honesty feels welcome. The people who are exceptionally good at building connections understand this instinctively. They know that before people share their truth, they need reassurance that the truth will be treated carefully. They know that listening often matters more than speaking. They know that making someone feel safe is often more important than impressing them, and perhaps that is why genuine connection is rarer than most people think. Many conversations never move beyond the surface because the conditions for openness are never fully created. People exchange information, opinions, and stories, but the deeper parts of themselves remain protected. Because beneath every conversation lies an invisible calculation, a quiet assessment happening in real time. People are constantly measuring risk, evaluating trust, and deciding how much of themselves they can safely reveal. And until that question is answered, the most important parts of who they are often remain hidden. The rule of reciprocity in attention and interest. One of the fastest ways to kill a conversation is surprisingly simple. Make it one-sided. Let one person do all the listening, all the asking, all the emotional investment, while the other simply receives. At first, the conversation may seem perfectly normal. Nothing dramatic happens. There is no argument, no obvious conflict. Yet something starts to feel off. The connection weakens. The energy fades. And eventually one person begins pulling away. Why? Because every meaningful conversation follows an invisible rule. Attention must flow in both directions. Human beings are constantly exchanging more than words. They are exchanging focus, curiosity, effort, and emotional energy. Every question asks for attention. Every story asks for attention. Every opinion asks for attention. And while people rarely keep score consciously, part of the brain is always monitoring whether that exchange feels balanced. Think about meeting someone who never asks a single question about you. You listen to their stories. You react to their experiences. You show interest in their thoughts. Yet the curiosity never comes back your way. At first, you may not notice it, but after enough time, the interaction starts feeling strangely exhausting. The reason is simple. Attention feels valuable. When someone gives you their genuine attention, they are offering one of the few resources they can never get back. Time passes. Focus is spent. Mental energy is invested. Because attention is valuable, people naturally expect some level of reciprocity in return. This does not mean conversations must be perfectly equal every second. Sometimes one person genuinely needs more support. Sometimes one person has a bigger story to tell. Healthy relationships naturally fluctuate. But over time, people begin noticing patterns. Who always asks questions? Who always changes the subject back to themselves? Who remembers details? Who only talks when they need something? Who shows curiosity? Who simply receives it? These patterns quietly shape how relationships develop. The fascinating part is that reciprocity is not only about attention, it is also about interest. Human beings want to feel interesting to the people around them, not in a celebrity sense, not in a look at me sense. They simply want evidence that their experiences, thoughts, and emotions matter. That desire is deeply human. Imagine telling someone about a challenge you have been facing. They immediately ask follow-up questions. They want to understand. They listen carefully. They remember details. Instantly, you feel valued. Their curiosity communicates something powerful. What you are saying matters to me. Now imagine sharing the exact same story with someone who barely reacts before redirecting the conversation back to themselves. The information shared is identical, but the emotional experience is completely different, because interest itself is a form of validation. The shocking reality is that many people mistake talking for connection. They assume that as long as words are being exchanged, a relationship is growing. But connection depends less on the amount of talking and more on the balance of attention being exchanged. This is why some conversations feel energizing while others feel draining. In energizing conversations, attention moves naturally between people. Both individuals feel seen. Both feel heard. Both feel important. The interaction creates momentum because each person is contributing to the experience. In draining conversations, the flow becomes one-directional. One person becomes the audience while the other becomes the performer. Over time, that imbalance creates emotional fatigue. What makes reciprocity so powerful is that it often operates beneath awareness. Most people cannot explain exactly why they enjoy talking to certain individuals. They simply know they feel good afterward. Often, the reason is that those individuals create a balanced exchange of attention. They listen as much as they speak. They show curiosity as much as they seek it. They make others feel significant rather than merely observed. The most socially skilled people understand this instinctively. They know that attention is one of the strongest social currencies that exists. They know that asking a thoughtful question can sometimes create more connection than telling an impressive story. They know that genuine curiosity has a way of making people feel valued. And perhaps that is why people are naturally drawn toward those who show real interest in them. Not because they are manipulating anyone. Not because they are following some social technique, but because they satisfy a fundamental psychological need. The need to feel seen. The need to feel heard. The need to know that our thoughts matter enough for someone else to pay attention. Once you recognize this invisible rule, countless conversations begin to make sense. You understand why some friendships grow stronger while others fade away. You understand why certain people seem magnetic without being particularly charismatic. You understand why attention feels so meaningful when it is genuine. Because beneath every conversation is an unspoken exchange. I will give you my attention, and you will give me yours. I will show interest in your world, and you will show interest in mine. And when that exchange feels balanced, connection becomes almost effortless. Why questions are more powerful than answers. Most people walk into conversations believing that the person with the best answers holds the most power. They think influence comes from knowledge, from having the right advice, from saying something brilliant that changes how another person thinks. And while answers certainly matter, there is something far more powerful hiding beneath almost every meaningful conversation. Questions. In fact, some of the most important moments in your life were probably not created by answers at all. They were created by a question that made you stop, think, and see something differently. Think about it. Answers tend to close a path. Once an answer is given, the mind often moves on. But a question does the opposite. A question opens a door. It creates curiosity. It forces attention. It invites exploration. Instead of giving the brain something to consume, it gives the brain something to solve. That is why questions have such an unusual kind of power. Imagine someone telling you exactly how to live your life. Even if their advice is good, part of you may resist it. Human beings naturally dislike feeling controlled. We want ownership over our conclusions. But if someone asks the right question, something different happens. Instead of being pushed toward an idea, we discover it ourselves. And ideas we discover ourselves tend to stick. This is one reason great teachers, therapists, leaders, and communicators rely so heavily on questions. They understand that lasting change rarely comes from handing people answers. It comes from helping people uncover answers on their own. The fascinating part is that questions do far more than gather information. They shape attention. The moment someone asks a question, your mind begins searching for a response. Suddenly, your focus narrows. You start examining memories, experiences, beliefs, and possibilities. In a very real sense, questions direct thought. Consider how different these two experiences feel. Someone says confidence is important. Someone asks, what would you do differently if you were completely confident? The first statement provides information. The second creates engagement. Your brain immediately starts imagining possibilities. You become an active participant rather than a passive listener. This is why questions often create deeper conversations than statements ever could. They pull people inward. They encourage reflection. They make people feel involved in the exchange rather than talked at. What makes this even more interesting is that questions communicate something emotionally as well. When someone asks a thoughtful question, they send a powerful signal. I care about your perspective. I want to understand your experience. Your thoughts are worth exploring. That message can be incredibly meaningful. Think about the people you enjoy talking to most. Chances are they are not always the smartest people you know. They may not have the most impressive stories or the most fascinating opinions. But they make you feel interesting. They make you feel heard. They ask questions that encourage you to reveal more of yourself, and that creates connection. The shocking reality is that many people spend their lives trying to become more interesting when they would be better served becoming more curious. They focus on what they should say next rather than what they should ask next. As a result, they miss opportunities to create genuine engagement. Because curiosity is magnetic, people are naturally drawn toward those who seem genuinely interested in them. Not those who constantly provide answers. Those who create space for exploration. Questions also play a hidden role in trust. When someone asks thoughtful questions and listens carefully to the response, they create emotional safety. They show that understanding matters more than judgment. This encourages openness and allows conversations to move beyond the surface. Without questions, many discussions become performances. People take turns presenting opinions, waiting for their chance to speak again. But with questions, conversations become discoveries. Both people begin exploring ideas together rather than simply exchanging them. Perhaps the most powerful aspect of questions is that they reveal things answers never can. Answers tell you what someone knows. Questions reveal how someone thinks. Answers show conclusions. Questions expose curiosity. Answers display information. questions uncover priorities, fears, motivations, and beliefs. In many cases, a person's questions reveal more about them than their answers ever could. Once you begin noticing this, conversations start looking completely different. You realize that the individuals with the greatest influence are often not the ones delivering the most impressive answers. They are the ones asking the questions that nobody else thought to ask, the questions that make people reflect, the questions that create connection, the questions that uncover hidden truths, the questions that linger in someone's mind long after the conversation ends. Because answers may provide information, but questions create movement. They redirect attention, unlock curiosity, deepen relationships, and change the way people see themselves and the world around them. And in the end, that is why a single well-timed question can sometimes accomplish more than 100 perfectly crafted answers. The hidden language of timing and response speed. Most people think communication is mainly about what is said. But in real human interaction, when something is said often matters just as much as the words themselves. Timing is not just a technical detail of conversation. It is a hidden language that constantly shapes meaning, emotion, and perception without ever being spoken aloud. Think about how differently you interpret a message depending on when it arrives. A quick response can feel warm, present, and engaged. A delayed response can feel distant, distracted, or even intentional. The words may be identical, but the emotional interpretation changes completely, because the timing changes the story your mind builds around it. Human beings are not just reading messages. They are reading patterns. When someone responds immediately, it often signals availability and attention. It suggests that the conversation is a priority in that moment. But when someone consistently takes a long time to respond, even if they eventually reply with the same level of care, the emotional experience can still feel different. The delay itself becomes part of the message. This is because the brain automatically fills in gaps. If there is silence, we interpret it. If there is delay, we assign meaning to it. If there is inconsistency, we search for explanations. Was the person busy? Are they losing interest? Did I say something wrong? Are they simply not that invested? Most of the time, none of these assumptions are confirmed, but the mind does not wait for certainty. It creates narratives based on timing alone. This is why response speed has such a strong emotional impact. It is not really about seconds or minutes. It is about perceived priority. Humans instinctively measure how important they are in someone else's attention hierarchy based on how quickly that person responds. Of course, everyone understands that life is busy. People work, sleep, travel, and get distracted. On a logical level, delayed responses are normal. But emotionally, timing still carries weight because communication is not only processed logically, it is also processed socially. A fast reply can feel like presence. A slow reply can feel like distance. An unpredictable reply can create uncertainty, and uncertainty is one of the most emotionally active states the human mind can experience. Now think about in-person conversations. Timing still plays a powerful role, even without phones or messages. The pause before someone responds to a question can completely change how their answer is interpreted. A confident, immediate response feels certain. A delayed response can suggest hesitation, discomfort, or careful thought. The meaning shifts not because the words changed, but because the rhythm changed. Even silence between words carries information. A short pause before answering a personal question can signal sensitivity or emotional processing. A long silence in a group setting can shift attention toward the person who finally speaks. A well-placed pause before making a point can increase anticipation and impact. Timing becomes part of persuasion without a single additional word being spoken. What makes this even more interesting is that people often use timing strategically without realizing it. Someone might delay responding to avoid seeming too eager. Someone might reply quickly to show interest. Someone might pause before answering to appear thoughtful or in control. These behaviors are often instinctive, shaped by social experience rather than conscious planning, and others are constantly interpreting them. Even small changes in rhythm can shift perception. A conversation that flows smoothly and predictably feels stable and safe. A conversation filled with irregular delays and inconsistent responses can feel emotionally unstable, even if nothing negative is being said. This is because timing influences emotional certainty. When responses are predictable, the mind relaxes. When responses are unpredictable, the mind starts analyzing. It begins searching for meaning in the gaps, trying to understand what the timing implies about the relationship. In many ways, timing creates a parallel conversation beneath the actual conversation. While words are being exchanged on the surface, response speed is quietly communicating things like interest, attention, availability, and emotional distance. This hidden layer of communication is often more influential than the content itself. Two people can say the exact same words, but if one responds instantly and warmly while the other responds slowly and inconsistently, the emotional outcome of those interactions will feel completely different. And once you become aware of this, it becomes impossible to ignore. You start noticing how timing shapes your perception of people. You realize how much meaning you were assigning not to what was said, but to when it was said, because in human communication, timing is never neutral. It is always part of the message, and more often than not, it quietly decides how that message is ultimately received. How conversations create and reinforce group identity. Most people think group identity is something you join. A company, a friend group, a culture, a team, a community. You are either inside it or outside it. But in reality, group identity is not just a label you inherit. It is something that gets actively created every time people talk to each other. Conversations are where groups define who they are, not through formal rules, but through repeated patterns of agreement, shared language, inside references, and subtle reinforcement of what is acceptable, what is funny, what is respected, and what is not. Think about how quickly you can tell whether you fit into a group or not. You walk into a conversation, and within minutes you can feel it. Some people immediately respond to you in a way that feels natural. Others seem slightly out of sync. Nothing is explicitly said, yet you can sense whether your presence is being integrated or quietly ignored. That feeling is not random. It is group identity forming in real time. Every group develops its own conversational rhythm, the way people joke, the topics they value, the tone they use, the level of openness they allow, even the speed at which they respond to each other. Over time, these patterns become invisible rules. People start adjusting themselves to fit them without even realizing it. If you speak in a way that matches the group's rhythm, you are accepted more easily. If you disrupt it, even unintentionally, you may feel a subtle resistance. Not necessarily rejection in an obvious way, but a kind of misalignment that makes participation feel harder. This is because conversations are not just exchanges between individuals. They are also signals to the group about what kind of group this is. When someone makes a joke and others laugh, that is not only humor. It is confirmation of shared values. When someone shares an opinion and others agree, that is not only agreement. It is reinforcement of collective thinking. When someone challenges a norm and the group responds positively or negatively, that moment helps define the boundaries of the group itself. In this way, every conversation is quietly shaping identity. One of the most powerful tools in group formation is repetition. The more often certain ideas, phrases, or perspectives are echoed, the more they begin to feel like truth within that group. People start repeating each other, not always intentionally, but because repetition creates familiarity. Familiarity creates comfort, and comfort reinforces belonging. Over time, this leads to something interesting. Group members begin to develop a shared language. Certain phrases carry meaning that outsiders do not fully understand. Certain references only make sense within that circle. Even simple words can take on emotional weight because they are tied to shared experiences. This is how belonging is built. Not through declarations, but through repeated conversational alignment. What makes this even more powerful is that groups also define themselves by what they do not accept. Silence, disagreement, and subtle disapproval all play a role in shaping identity. When someone expresses an idea that does not fit the group's norms, the reaction they receive teaches them where the boundaries are. Sometimes those boundaries are flexible, sometimes they are rigid, but they always exist, and people adjust accordingly. This is why individuals often behave differently depending on the group they are in. It is not necessarily because they are being fake. It is because different groups activate different conversational expectations. A person might be more expressive with close friends, more reserved at work, and more cautious in unfamiliar settings. Each environment has its own identity, and the conversation naturally shifts to match it. The fascinating part is that group identity is not only maintained by leaders or rules. It is maintained by everyone participating in the conversation. Every response, every agreement, every reaction contributes to shaping what the group becomes. Even small behaviors matter. Who gets interrupted and who does not? Which ideas get expanded and which are ignored? Which stories get repeated and which are forgotten? Over time, these micro patterns create a stable sense of who belongs and what the group stands for. And once a group identity is established, it becomes self-reinforcing. New members quickly learn how to behave by observing existing conversations. They adjust their tone, their opinions, and even their silence to fit the established pattern. Without needing formal instruction, they begin to mirror the group's identity back to itself. This is why conversations are not just communication. They are construction. They are constantly building something larger than any single interaction. They are creating a shared reality that everyone inside the group participates in maintaining. And most of the time, no one notices it happening. Because while people believe they are just talking, they are actually doing something much more powerful. They are continuously shaping the invisible structure of belonging, defining who fits, who does not, and what it even means to be part of the group in the first place. The unspoken expectations behind active listening. Most people think listening is simple. One person speaks, the other person stays quiet, and that is enough. But real listening is not passive at all. It is a complex social act filled with unspoken expectations, subtle signals, and constant interpretation. When someone says they want you to listen, they are rarely asking only for silence. They are asking for something much deeper, even if they never say it out loud. Active listening is not just hearing words. It is meeting expectations that exist beneath those words. Think about the last time you shared something important with someone. Maybe it was a problem you were dealing with, a frustration, or something personal you had been carrying. As you spoke, you were not only paying attention to whether they were hearing you. You were also paying attention to how they were listening. Their facial expression, their timing, their reactions, their attention. Every detail mattered more than most people admit. Because listening is not judged by silence. It is judged by response. One of the strongest unspoken expectations is presence. People can tell very quickly when someone is physically there, but mentally elsewhere. The eyes might be looking at them, but the attention feels divided. A distracted listener sends a silent message that the speaker's words are not fully occupying space in their mind. And even if no interruption happens, that lack of presence changes the emotional experience of the conversation. Another expectation is emotional alignment. When someone shares something serious, they expect the listener's emotional tone to match the weight of the moment. If someone expresses sadness, and the response feels overly casual, something feels off. If someone shares excitement, and the listener reacts with indifference, the emotional connection weakens. People are not just listening for words. They are listening for emotional confirmation that their experience is being recognized. There is also an expectation of response relevance. Many people assume listening is about not interrupting, but timing alone is not enough. A response that ignores what was just said, even if it is polite, feels like a break in connection. The speaker expects that their words will shape what comes next. When that does not happen, it feels like the conversation has drifted away from them instead of staying with them. Then there is the expectation of restraint. Active listening does not mean immediately turning the conversation back to yourself. When someone shares an experience, there is often a subtle expectation that their moment will be allowed to exist without being replaced. Even well-intentioned responses like "I know exactly what you mean, because this happened to me," can sometimes feel like a shift in attention. The listener is expected to hold space for the speaker before moving the spotlight elsewhere. Perhaps one of the most important expectations is validation without distortion. People do not always want agreement, but they do want accurate reflection. They want to feel that what they said has been understood in its real form, not reshaped or simplified. When a listener misinterprets or reframes too quickly, it can feel like the original meaning has been replaced rather than received. What makes all of this more complex is that none of these expectations are usually spoken out loud. They are assumed. They are learned through experience, and they vary slightly depending on culture, relationship, and context. But the underlying structure is always the same. People are not just asking to be heard. They are asking to be held in attention in a specific way that feels emotionally safe. This is why some conversations feel deeply satisfying even when nothing extraordinary is said. The listener is fully present, emotionally tuned in, and responsive in a way that makes the speaker feel understood. On the surface, it might look like a simple exchange, but internally, it feels like recognition, like the speaker's experience has been temporarily shared rather than simply observed. And the opposite is also true. A conversation can be filled with polite responses and still feel empty if those unspoken expectations are not met. The words were heard, but the experience was not received in the way the speaker needed. The surprising part is that skilled communicators are not necessarily those who speak the most. They are often those who understand these hidden expectations of listening. They know when to stay silent, when to reflect, when to validate, and when to simply let the other person's thoughts exist without interruption. They understand that listening is not passive support. It is active participation in someone else's inner world. Once you see this clearly, listening stops being a background skill. It becomes one of the most influential forms of communication there is, because in many conversations, people do not remember the exact words that were said. They remember how it felt to be listened to, and that feeling is shaped entirely by whether those unspoken expectations were met or missed. Why people adjust their personality depending on the audience. Most people like to believe they have a single, stable personality. One consistent version of themselves that shows up everywhere, regardless of the situation. But if you observe human behavior closely, you start noticing something very different. People are not fixed, they are adaptive. The way someone speaks, reacts, jokes, expresses emotion, or even thinks aloud can shift dramatically depending on who is in front of them. And this is not necessarily dishonesty. It is responsiveness. Human personality is not a single setting. It is more like a range that gets tuned differently depending on the social environment. Think about how differently you might behave with close friends compared to strangers. With friends, you might be louder, more relaxed, more expressive, and more willing to joke without filtering yourself. In a formal setting, the same person might become more controlled, more careful with words, and more aware of how they are being perceived. Around family, a different version might appear again. Around authority figures, yet another version. The core personality is still there, but the expression changes. This shift happens because every social environment carries invisible expectations. People constantly read the room. They pick up cues about what kind of behavior is acceptable, what kind of emotional tone fits, and what level of openness feels safe. Without consciously deciding it, they begin adjusting themselves to match those expectations. One of the main drivers behind this adjustment is the need for belonging. Human beings are deeply social creatures. For most of history, being accepted by a group was not optional. It was essential. Because of that, the brain developed a strong sensitivity to social acceptance and rejection. Even today, that system is still active. People naturally monitor how they are being perceived and adjust their behavior to maintain connection. If someone laughs loudly in a group where everyone is reserved, they might feel slightly out of place. If someone remains too serious in a playful environment, they might feel disconnected. So instead of staying fully rigid, most people unconsciously adapt to the emotional tone around them. Another factor is self-protection. Different audiences carry different levels of psychological safety. With trusted friends, people are more likely to reveal insecurities, strange thoughts, or unfiltered opinions. With unfamiliar or judgmental audiences, they become more guarded. They choose words more carefully. They avoid topics that could be misinterpreted. They present a more controlled version of themselves. This is not deception. It is risk management. There is also the influence of status dynamics. People naturally adjust their personality depending on perceived hierarchy. Around someone they view as higher status, they may become more polite, more careful, or more restrained. Around people they feel equal with, they may become more relaxed. Around those they perceive as lower status, they may become more dominant or expressive. These shifts are often subtle, but they strongly shape conversational behavior. What makes this even more interesting is that people are not only adjusting themselves, they are also responding to how others react to them. If a certain version of their personality is rewarded with laughter, attention, or approval, they are more likely to repeat it. If a certain expression of themselves is ignored or discouraged, they may reduce or hide it. Over time, this creates a feedback loop between the individual and the audience. In a way, personality becomes co-created in real time. It is not just something you bring into a room. It is something that emerges from interaction. This is why some people feel like different versions of themselves exist in different parts of their life. The version of you that appears in one group is shaped by the responses, expectations, and emotional atmosphere of that group. Another version forms somewhere else under different conditions. None of these versions are necessarily false. They are simply different expressions of the same underlying self responding to different social environments. The most important part of this process is that it is largely unconscious. Most people are not actively thinking about how to adjust their personality. They are simply reacting, sensing comfort or discomfort, picking up cues, shifting tone, matching energy, aligning with what feels socially appropriate in the moment. And because this happens automatically, people often underestimate how much their environment shapes them. They assume their personality is fixed when in reality it is continuously shaped by context, relationships, and feedback. Once you understand this, you start seeing conversations differently. You realize that every interaction is not just about exchanging information. It is also about shaping behavior. The audience is always influencing the speaker, and the speaker is always influencing the audience. Both sides are constantly adjusting, usually without noticing. And that is why personality is never just something you have. It is something that happens between people. The rule of shared reality and common ground. Most people underestimate how much of a conversation is not about ideas, but about agreement on what is even real in the first place. Before two people can fully exchange thoughts, they have to quietly solve a deeper problem. Are we seeing the same world, or are we living in slightly different versions of it? That question is rarely asked directly, but it is constantly being tested through conversation. This is the hidden rule of shared reality and common ground. At its core, shared reality is the feeling that your internal experience matches someone else's understanding of the world. It is the sense that when you describe something, the other person can mentally step into it with you, not necessarily to agree with your opinion, but to recognize the framework you are operating from. Think about how different it feels when someone responds to your story with "I can see that" versus "I do not think that is how it is." Even if they disagree in both cases, the first response creates connection while the second creates distance. That difference is not about logic. It is about whether your reality is being acknowledged as valid enough to enter the conversation. Human beings are constantly building this shared space without realizing it. Every time you say something and someone responds with "I know what you mean," or "that happened to me too," or even just small reactions like nodding at the right moments, they are helping construct a temporary shared world. Inside that world, communication feels smoother, safer, and more natural. But when shared reality breaks, even slightly, conversations become harder to sustain. If one person frames an experience as funny and the other frames it as inappropriate, Both people are no longer operating in the same emotional landscape. If one person sees a situation as urgent and the other sees it as exaggerated, the sense of common ground begins to weaken. The words may still be exchanged, but the feeling of connection starts to fade. What makes this so powerful is that humans are not only exchanging information during conversation, they are constantly checking whether their interpretation of reality is supported or challenged. Every reaction becomes a signal. Every response becomes evidence of whether the other person sees the world in a compatible way. This is why people often try to establish common ground early in a conversation. They start with shared experiences, familiar topics, or mutual interests. It is not random small talk. It is an attempt to build alignment. Once enough shared reference points exist, deeper or more complex ideas feel easier to introduce because there is already a foundation of mutual understanding. Even disagreement depends on shared reality. Two people can argue productively only when they agree on what they are talking about, even if they disagree on how to interpret it. Without that foundation, conversations drift into confusion rather than conflict. They are no longer debating the same thing, just speaking from different starting points. This is also why certain phrases feel especially powerful in conversation. Statements like "I see what you are saying" or "that makes sense in your context" do more than show politeness. They confirm that the speaker's internal logic has been understood. That confirmation allows the conversation to continue without breaking the sense of shared space. When shared reality is strong, even difficult conversations feel manageable. People can challenge each other, question ideas, and explore differences without losing connection. There is a stable underlying sense that both sides are still anchored in the same general understanding of what is happening. When it is weak, even simple conversations feel strained. Every statement has to be defended, clarified, or reinterpreted. Misunderstandings increase. Emotional tension rises. The interaction becomes less about exploring ideas and more about trying to prove that one version of reality is correct. The interesting part is that shared reality is not fixed. It is continuously built and rebuilt throughout conversation. A single acknowledgement can strengthen it. A moment of misunderstanding can weaken it. A thoughtful response can expand it. A dismissive reaction can fracture it. Most of the time, this process happens so smoothly that people never notice it at all. Yet it quietly determines whether conversations feel connected or disconnected, productive or frustrating, effortless or strained. And perhaps the most important realization is this: people are not just trying to express themselves in conversation. They are also trying to confirm that their version of reality is not completely alone. They are looking for evidence that someone else can stand inside it with them, even briefly, and recognize that it makes sense. Because once shared reality exists, even for a moment, communication stops feeling like translation and starts feeling like connection. How small talk functions as a social security check. Most people dismiss small talk as meaningless filler. The kind of conversation you have while waiting for an elevator, standing in a queue, or meeting someone briefly without any real intention of connection. It feels shallow on the surface, almost automatic, like social noise that exists only to fill silence. But small talk is doing something far more important than people realize. It is a security check. Before any deeper conversation can happen, human beings quietly test whether the social environment is safe enough to proceed. Small talk is the tool that performs that test without making it obvious. Think about how small talk usually begins. It is rarely direct or personal. People start with neutral topics like the weather, traffic, general observations, or simple comments about the situation they are both in. These topics are not chosen because they are interesting. They are chosen because they are low risk. They allow both people to observe each other without exposing anything vulnerable. In those first moments, the real conversation is not about the topic itself. It is about reactions. How does the other person respond to basic engagement? Are they polite or dismissive? Do they listen or interrupt? Do they seem open or closed off? Do they match tone or create tension? Every response becomes data. Not consciously, but instinctively. The brain is scanning for signals that answer a single question. Is this interaction safe? Small talk works like a gradual calibration process. It allows two strangers to align socially before any meaningful exchange takes place. If the signals are positive, the conversation naturally deepens. If the signals feel off, the interaction often stays shallow or ends quickly. What makes this even more interesting is that people are not just evaluating others during small talk. They are also being evaluated themselves. Every word, pause, expression, and reaction contributes to how the other person perceives their social behavior. It is a two-way assessment happening quietly on both sides. This is why small talk can feel slightly uncomfortable for some people. It is not because the topics are boring. It is because there is hidden pressure beneath the surface. Both people are trying to figure out whether there is enough mutual comfort to move forward, while still maintaining politeness and social ease. In this sense, small talk is less about information and more about regulation. It regulates emotional distance. It controls how quickly or slowly people move from stranger to familiarity. It sets the pace of connection. If the interaction feels safe, people begin to reveal more. The conversation shifts from external topics to slightly more personal ones. Opinions appear. Light humor emerges. Shared experiences are discovered. The emotional distance begins to shrink. If the interaction does not feel safe, people naturally maintain boundaries. They stay in neutral territory. They respond politely, but avoid deeper engagement. The conversation remains functional rather than relational. The fascinating part is that most people are extremely skilled at performing this evaluation without realizing it. Within seconds, they can sense whether someone feels approachable or distant, warm or guarded, open or closed. These impressions are formed through tiny details that are hard to articulate but easy to feel. Tone of voice, facial expression, timing of responses, willingness to engage, comfort with silence. Even the smallest signals can influence whether someone feels safe enough to continue interacting. This is why small talk is not actually small in function. It is foundational. It determines whether connection will grow or remain surface level. It acts as a filter that helps people avoid unnecessary emotional risk, while still keeping the possibility of connection open. And once you understand this, small talk stops feeling like meaningless conversation. It becomes something more precise. A form of social scanning, a way of quietly measuring whether two people can safely share more of themselves without discomfort or misunderstanding. Because before people open up, disagree, collaborate, or connect, they first need to know something simple but essential. Is this space safe enough for something real to begin? The invisible boundary between curiosity and intrusion. Most people know instinctively when a conversation starts to feel uncomfortable, but very few can explain exactly why. One moment everything feels natural, light, and engaging. Then suddenly, something shifts. The same questions that would have felt friendly a minute ago now feel too personal, too direct, or too intense. That shift is the invisible boundary between curiosity and intrusion, and it is one of the most sensitive lines in human communication. Curiosity is welcomed when it feels safe. Intrusion is rejected when it feels exposing. The difference is not always about the question itself, but about timing, trust, and emotional readiness. A question that feels perfectly normal in one context can feel invasive in another. Think about meeting someone for the first time. Early in the conversation, people usually stick to neutral topics: work, hobbies, general opinions, surface-level experiences. At this stage, curiosity is expected. It helps build connection. Asking "what do you do?" or "how do you spend your time?" feels completely natural because the emotional stakes are low. But imagine the same person suddenly asking deeply personal questions too quickly. Questions about fears, finances, relationships, or private struggles. Even if the intention is genuine interest, something in the interaction changes. The conversation becomes tense. The emotional comfort decreases. The same curiosity now feels like pressure. This happens because curiosity is not judged only by content. It is judged by permission. Human beings constantly evaluate whether they have been given permission to explore another person's inner world. That permission is rarely spoken out loud. It is communicated through subtle signals like openness, responsiveness, trust, and prior emotional exchange. When enough safety has been established, deeper questions feel natural. When safety is missing, even simple curiosity can feel intrusive. This is why timing is so important. The same question asked too early can feel invasive, while asked later can feel meaningful. Emotional readiness determines how information is received. People do not just answer based on what is asked. They answer based on how safe it feels to answer it. There is also an important asymmetry in human perception. People are often more comfortable sharing personal information than being directly interrogated about it. When they choose to reveal something themselves, they feel in control. When someone else pulls that information out too quickly, it can feel like control is being taken away. That sense of control is what separates curiosity from intrusion. Curiosity respects pacing. It allows the other person to decide how much to reveal and when to reveal it. It follows the natural rhythm of trust building. Intrusion disrupts that rhythm by moving faster than the relationship can support. What makes this boundary even more complex is that intent does not always match impact. A person can be genuinely interested, kind, or well-meaning, yet still cross into intrusion if the other person is not ready. On the other hand, a simple question can feel deeply meaningful when the timing is right and trust is already present. This is why socially aware individuals often rely less on what to ask and more on when to ask it. They pay attention to signals like hesitation, openness, engagement, and emotional comfort. They notice whether the conversation is expanding or contracting. They adjust their curiosity based on how the other person is responding, not just what they are saying. Another subtle factor is reciprocity. When curiosity flows both ways, it feels balanced. When one person asks many questions but reveals very little about themselves, the interaction can start to feel like an evaluation rather than a conversation. But when both people share and inquire naturally, curiosity feels mutual and safe. Once curiosity becomes one-sided without emotional balance, it begins to feel like intrusion even if the questions are harmless. The fascinating part is that this boundary is not fixed. It shifts depending on relationship, context, and emotional history. A question that feels intrusive between strangers can feel completely normal between close friends. The same level of depth is acceptable when trust has already been established. This is why communication is not just about choosing appropriate topics. It is about reading the emotional environment. It is about understanding how much openness the moment can hold. At its core, the difference between curiosity and intrusion is not intelligence or intention. It is alignment. Alignment with trust, timing, and emotional safety. When all three are present, curiosity feels like connection. When they are missing, even simple questions can feel like pressure. And most of the time, people are not reacting to the question itself. They are reacting to whether they feel ready to be seen that deeply. Why stories dominate human communication. If you pay attention to how people naturally talk, you start noticing something interesting. We rarely communicate in pure facts for very long. Even when someone tries to be logical or direct, the conversation slowly drifts into examples, experiences, and narratives. It is almost as if the human mind cannot resist turning information into a story, and there is a reason for that. Stories are not just a way of speaking. They are the brain's preferred way of organizing reality. Think about how you describe your day. You do not usually list events like a report. You say things like, "I woke up late, then I rushed to work, and something unexpected happened on the way." Even when nothing dramatic occurs, the mind still frames experience as a sequence with tension, movement, and outcome. There is a beginning, a middle, and an end. There is often a problem and a resolution. Even small events become structured narratives without conscious effort. This is because human memory itself is story-shaped. We do not store life as raw data. We store it as meaning, and meaning is easier to preserve when it is wrapped in narrative form. A list of facts fades quickly, but a story creates emotional anchors that help us remember what happened and why it mattered. But storytelling is not just about memory. It is about connection. When someone tells you a story, your mind does something unusual. You stop being just a listener and start mentally simulating the experience. You imagine the scene. You feel the tension. You anticipate what might happen next. In a sense, the story temporarily places you inside another person's perspective. That shared mental experience creates a level of understanding that pure information rarely achieves. This is why stories feel more persuasive than arguments. An argument asks someone to accept a conclusion. A story lets them arrive at it emotionally. Instead of being told what to think, the listener experiences a sequence that naturally leads them toward a certain understanding. The conclusion feels self-discovered rather than imposed. What makes stories even more powerful is how they bypass resistance. When people hear direct statements that challenge their beliefs, they often become defensive. But when the same idea is embedded inside a story, the emotional defenses lower. The mind is focused on following the narrative rather than evaluating whether it agrees or disagrees with each point. This allows ideas to enter more smoothly without triggering immediate rejection. There is also a deeper social function at play. Stories allow people to reveal themselves without directly stating who they are. When someone tells a story about a mistake, a success, or a difficult experience, they are not only sharing information, they are also signaling values, personality, and emotional patterns. Listeners learn what matters to that person, how they interpret events, and how they respond to challenges. In this way, stories become a safe form of self-disclosure. They allow vulnerability without direct exposure. Instead of saying I felt insecure in that situation, someone might describe what happened in a way that naturally reveals that insecurity. The meaning is communicated through narrative rather than confession. Another reason stories dominate communication is that they create emotional structure. Humans are sensitive to change, contrast, and resolution. We pay attention when something shifts from stable to unstable, from normal to unexpected, from problem to resolution. Stories organize information in a way that matches this psychological pattern, which is why they hold attention so effectively. Even in everyday conversation, people instinctively turn neutral topics into mini stories. A simple statement like I was late becomes I was late because something happened on the way, which turns into a sequence of events. The brain naturally expands information into narrative form because it feels more complete and meaningful. What is fascinating is that stories are not only used for entertainment or explanation. They are also used for identity building. People construct personal narratives about who they are, where they came from, and what they are becoming. These internal stories influence behavior, decisions, and self-perception. Someone who sees themselves as resilient will interpret challenges differently than someone who sees themselves as unlucky, even if their external circumstances are similar. This shows that stories do not just reflect reality, they shape it. Once you notice this, it becomes clear why storytelling is everywhere. In conversations, in relationships, in workplaces, in culture, and even in how people think about themselves. Humans are not just information processors, they are meaning makers, and stories are the most efficient way to turn experience into meaning. So when people talk, they are rarely just exchanging facts. They are exchanging narratives that help both sides understand not only what happened, but what it meant, how it felt, and why it matters. And that is why, in almost every corner of human communication, stories end up doing the real work that raw information never could. The hidden rules behind humor and laughter. Most people think humor is about being funny, about clever lines, unexpected twists, or saying something sharp at the right moment. But if you look closer at how laughter actually works in real conversations, you start to notice something more interesting. Humor is not just about jokes. It is about social coordination. It is a way people silently agree on how they see reality together. Laughter is rarely just a reaction to something amusing. It is a signal. It tells you something about belonging, timing, safety, and shared understanding. When people laugh together, they are not only responding to a joke, they are confirming that they are aligned in that moment. They are saying, in a non-verbal way, that this interpretation of reality feels acceptable, safe, and shared. Think about how different laughter feels depending on the context. A joke that lands perfectly in one group might fall completely flat in another. The words might be identical, but the reaction changes because the hidden rules of that group are different. Humor depends heavily on shared assumptions. Without them, even the cleverest joke can feel confusing instead of funny. One of the most important hidden rules behind humor is timing. A joke is not just about what is said, but when it is said. The same line delivered too early can feel awkward. Delivered too late, it can lose its impact entirely. Delivered at the right moment, it feels effortless. Timing creates the space where humor can actually land. Another hidden rule is safety. People laugh more freely when they feel socially safe. In environments where judgment feels low, humor becomes more spontaneous and relaxed. In environments where people feel evaluated or uncertain, humor becomes more careful and controlled. This is why close friends often joke more freely than strangers. The emotional safety of the group directly affects how open people are to humor. There is also the rule of shared perspective. Humor often works by highlighting something that everyone implicitly recognizes but has not explicitly said. It might be an awkward truth, a contradiction, or a slightly exaggerated version of reality. When people laugh, they are often acknowledging that they understand the underlying truth being pointed at, even if it is framed in a playful way. Without that shared understanding, the joke feels disconnected. What makes humor even more fascinating is that it often requires a small violation of expectation. Something has to be slightly off, slightly unexpected, or slightly exaggerated for laughter to occur. But that violation only works when it stays within safe boundaries. If it goes too far, it stops being funny and becomes uncomfortable. So humor constantly balances on a thin line between surprise and acceptability. Laughter itself also serves a deeper social function. It is one of the fastest ways humans create bonding. When people laugh together, their emotional defenses lower. The interaction becomes less formal and more relaxed. In that moment, hierarchy softens, tension decreases, and connection becomes easier. This is why humor often appears in situations where people are trying to build rapport or ease discomfort. It is a tool for smoothing social friction. Another interesting aspect is that laughter is often contagious. People frequently laugh, not only because something is funny, but because others are laughing. This shows that humor is not purely individual, it is collective. The sound of laughter itself signals that it is safe to join in. It reduces uncertainty about how to interpret the moment. In a sense, laughter teaches people how to feel about what just happened. Humor also plays a subtle role in testing boundaries. When someone makes a joke that pushes slightly against social norms, they are often observing the reaction. If people laugh, the boundary is confirmed as flexible. If they do not, the boundary is reinforced as strict. In this way, humor becomes a safe way to explore what is acceptable within a group without directly challenging it. What is most surprising is that many jokes do not actually need to be objectively funny to work. They only need to feel aligned with the group's shared reality. A simple observation, a relatable frustration, or a familiar situation can trigger laughter not because it is inherently humorous, but because it resonates with people's lived experience. Once you understand this, humor stops looking like a talent reserved for naturally funny people. It starts looking like a form of social awareness. It is the ability to sense timing, read emotional safety, understand shared context, and navigate subtle boundaries without breaking connection. And laughter, in the end, is not just a reaction to humor. It is a moment where people briefly agree with each other about how reality should be interpreted, and in doing so, feel a little closer than they were before. How conversations manage conflict without open confrontation. Most people imagine conflict as something obvious: raised voices, heated arguments, direct disagreement, two people openly fighting over opposing views. But if you pay attention to everyday conversations, you discover that most conflict never looks like that at all. In fact, some of the strongest disagreements between people happen without a single argument taking place. That is because human beings are constantly managing conflict beneath the surface. Most people do not want open confrontation. They want to protect relationships, avoid embarrassment, maintain social harmony, and prevent situations from becoming emotionally costly. As a result, Conversations have evolved countless invisible mechanisms that allow people to handle tension without directly fighting about it. Think about how often people soften disagreement. Instead of saying you are wrong, they say I am not sure I see it that way. Instead of rejecting an idea outright, they acknowledge part of it before introducing their own perspective. Instead of challenging someone directly, they ask a question that gently exposes a weakness in the argument. On the surface, these responses seem polite. Underneath, they are conflict management tools. The goal is not simply to express disagreement. The goal is to do so while minimizing the chance of triggering defensiveness. One of the most common strategies is in direct communication. When people sense potential tension, they often stop speaking in direct terms. Rather than confronting the issue head-on, they hint at it, suggest it, or circle around it. This allows the other person to recognize the problem without feeling publicly challenged. For example, instead of saying you are always late, someone might say traffic must have been bad today. The message is still there. The criticism still exists. But it is wrapped in a way that gives the other person room to respond without immediately losing face. This is where one of the most important invisible rules of conversation appears. People often care as much about preserving dignity as they do about solving the problem itself. When someone feels humiliated, embarrassed, or cornered, conflict tends to escalate. But when they feel respected, even during disagreement, they are far more likely to stay cooperative. Conversations quietly protect this sense of dignity whenever possible. Another hidden mechanism is topic shifting. When tension starts rising, people often redirect attention towards safer ground. Sometimes this happens consciously. Sometimes it happens automatically. A joke appears. A new topic emerges. Someone changes the focus entirely. What looks like a casual shift in conversation is often an attempt to reduce emotional pressure before it becomes a larger problem. Humor plays an especially interesting role here. Many conflicts are softened through laughter. A light joke can release tension, reduce defensiveness, and create emotional distance from a disagreement. The issue does not disappear, but it becomes easier to discuss because the emotional intensity decreases. Of course, this does not mean conflict vanishes. It simply changes form. In fact, one of the most surprising realities of human communication is that silence can become a form of conflict management. People sometimes choose not to argue because they calculate that arguing would create more damage than remaining quiet. They withhold opinions, avoid sensitive topics, or allow disagreements to remain unresolved because preserving the relationship feels more important than winning the discussion. This creates a fascinating paradox. Many peaceful conversations contain hidden disagreement. Many friendly interactions contain unspoken tension. And many relationships survive not because conflict never exists, but because people have learned how to manage it indirectly. The most socially skilled individuals understand this instinctively. They know that direct confrontation is only one option among many. They pay attention to emotional signals, shifts in tone, hesitation, and subtle cues that indicate discomfort. They address problems without making people feel attacked. They challenge ideas without threatening identity. They understand that maintaining connection often requires as much skill as making a point. Perhaps the most important insight is that conflict is not actually the enemy of conversation. Unmanaged conflict is. Healthy conversations allow disagreement, frustration, and competing viewpoints to exist. What makes them successful is the ability to handle those tensions without destroying trust. because beneath almost every interaction, two goals are operating at the same time. People want to express themselves honestly, but they also want to preserve the relationship. Those goals do not always align perfectly. The invisible rules of conversation exist largely to help balance them, and that is why so much of human communication feels indirect, careful, and strategically polite. People are not simply exchanging ideas. They are constantly managing the risk that those ideas could create conflict. Most of the time, they do it so smoothly that nobody notices it happening. Yet beneath the words, beneath the smiles, and beneath the apparent harmony, an entire system is quietly working to keep disagreement from becoming confrontation, allowing relationships to survive tensions that are rarely spoken aloud. The rule of relevance. Why some topics feel natural and others don't. Have you ever noticed how some conversations seem to flow effortlessly, while others feel awkward almost immediately? It is not always because the people dislike each other. It is not necessarily because anyone said something offensive. Sometimes a conversation becomes uncomfortable simply because someone introduced the wrong topic at the wrong moment. And that points to one of the most invisible rules governing human communication: the rule of relevance. Every conversation creates its own temporary reality. It develops a purpose, a mood, a level of intimacy, and an unspoken expectation about what belongs in that moment. People may never discuss these expectations openly, yet everyone is constantly reacting to them. When a topic feels relevant, the conversation moves smoothly. When it feels irrelevant, something immediately feels out of place. Think about sitting with friends laughing about a funny experience. Everyone is relaxed, engaged, and emotionally connected. Then imagine someone suddenly changing the subject to a deeply serious financial problem without any transition. Nothing about the topic itself is wrong. It may even be important. Yet the shift feels jarring because it does not match the emotional reality that already exists. The problem is not the subject. The problem is relevance. Human beings naturally expect conversations to follow a certain internal logic. Each contribution is supposed to connect, at least loosely, to what came before it. When that connection exists, the interaction feels natural. When it disappears, people become confused, distracted, or uncomfortable because the flow has been interrupted. This happens constantly in everyday life. A person tells a story. Someone responds with a related experience. Another person builds on that idea. The conversation expands while remaining connected. Most people do this automatically without realizing it. Their brains are continuously evaluating whether new information fits the existing direction of the discussion. What makes this fascinating is that relevance is not only about content. It is also about timing, emotion, and social context. A topic can be completely relevant in one situation and completely inappropriate in another. Imagine discussing career goals during a professional networking event. The topic feels natural because it matches the purpose of the environment. Now imagine introducing the exact same discussion during a close friend's emotional moment after a difficult breakup. Suddenly, the topic feels disconnected because it ignores the emotional reality of the situation. The words did not change. The context did, and context heavily influences relevance. This is why socially skilled people are often excellent at reading conversational momentum. They sense where the group's attention is moving and contribute in ways that support that movement. They understand that communication is not only about expressing what they want to say. It is also about recognizing what the current moment can comfortably hold. The shocking reality is that many awkward conversations are not caused by bad communication skills. They are caused by relevance mismatches. Someone introduces a topic that is too personal too early. Someone shifts emotional tone too quickly. Someone talks about something important to them but unrelated to everyone else. None of these actions are necessarily wrong. They simply fail to align with the invisible expectations already established within the conversation. Another reason relevance matters so much is that attention is limited. Human beings constantly decide what deserves focus and what does not. Relevant topics feel valuable because they connect to existing interests, emotions, or goals. Irrelevant topics require people to mentally switch tracks, which creates effort. The brain naturally prefers continuity over sudden disruption. This is why good storytellers spend time creating relevance before introducing important information. They build context first. They help listeners understand why something matters. Once relevance is established, attention follows naturally. Without relevance, even fascinating information can feel boring. With relevance, even simple information can become deeply engaging. Perhaps the most interesting aspect of all is that relevance helps people maintain social connection. When someone consistently contributes ideas that fit the moment, others feel understood. It signals awareness of the group's emotional state and conversational direction. But when someone repeatedly ignores relevance, they can appear disconnected from the shared experience, even if their intentions are good. In many ways, relevance is one of the hidden forces that makes conversations feel smooth, intelligent, and enjoyable. It creates continuity. It helps people stay mentally aligned. It allows ideas to build on each other instead of competing for attention. And most of the time, nobody notices it happening. People simply describe certain conversations as flowing naturally and others as feeling awkward. But beneath those feelings lies an invisible rule, quietly guiding every interaction. The most successful conversations are not just built on interesting topics. They are built on the right topics appearing at the right moment, in the right context, for the right people. And that is what relevance truly is. Not whether something is important in general, but whether it belongs in the conversation that exists right now. Why people constantly search for social feedback. Watch any conversation closely enough, and you will notice something strange. People are rarely just talking. They are checking. Checking reactions, checking expressions, checking tone, checking body language, checking pauses, checking whether the other person seems interested, confused, impressed, annoyed, entertained, or bored. Even while speaking, people are constantly gathering information about how they are being received. It happens so automatically that most never realize they are doing it. Yet this invisible process shapes nearly every social interaction they have. Human beings are natural feedback seekers. The reason goes much deeper than simple curiosity. At a fundamental level, people need social feedback to understand where they stand. Unlike physical reality, where results are often obvious, social reality is uncertain. You can look at a clock to know the time. You can look at a scale to know your weight. But understanding how other people perceive you is much harder. And because it is harder, the brain continuously searches for clues. Think about what happens after someone tells a joke. They almost immediately look for a reaction. Did people laugh? Did they smile? Did they seem uncomfortable? The joke itself is only part of the experience. The response becomes equally important because it provides information about how the message was received. The same thing happens when people share an opinion, or tell a story, or make a suggestion, or reveal something personal. In every case, they are not only expressing themselves, they are also monitoring the reaction that follows. This behavior exists because human beings evolved in social groups where acceptance mattered enormously. For most of human history, being excluded from the group carried serious consequences. Survival depended on cooperation, belonging, and social stability. As a result, the brain became highly sensitive to signals of approval and disapproval. That sensitivity never disappeared. Today, people may no longer depend on a tribe for survival in the same way, but the psychological machinery remains active. The mind still treats social feedback as valuable information because it helps determine whether a person is fitting in, standing out, being accepted, or creating tension. What makes this fascinating is that feedback does not have to be verbal. In fact, some of the strongest forms of feedback happen without words at all. A slight smile can encourage someone to keep talking. A distracted glance can make them shorten their story. A raised eyebrow can create self-doubt. A nod can increase confidence. A few seconds of silence can completely change how a person interprets what they just said. These tiny signals often have a greater impact than direct statements because they feel immediate and authentic. People trust them instinctively. This is why conversations are rarely one-directional. Even when only one person is speaking, both people are participating in a continuous feedback loop. The speaker adjusts based on reactions. The listener provides reactions based on what they hear. Together, they shape the direction of the interaction in real time. The surprising part is how much behavior changes because of this process. People become more animated when they feel engaged. They become quieter when they feel ignored. They become more confident when they receive positive reactions. They become more cautious when signals feel uncertain. In many cases, personality itself appears to shift depending on the feedback being received. Someone who seems funny and expressive in one group may become reserved in another, not because they suddenly became a different person, but because the feedback environment changed. Different reactions create different versions of behavior. This is also why uncertainty can feel so uncomfortable. When feedback is missing, the mind starts filling in the blanks. A delayed response to a message, a neutral facial expression, an unclear reaction. The absence of feedback often creates more anxiety than negative feedback itself because the brain dislikes not knowing where it stands. It immediately starts generating explanations. Did I say something wrong? Are they upset? Was that a bad idea? Do they agree with me? Without clear signals, uncertainty grows. The most socially skilled communicators understand this instinctively. They recognize how powerful feedback can be. They know that simple signs of attention, understanding, and engagement can completely transform an interaction. They make people feel seen because they provide the signals that reduce uncertainty and create connection. And perhaps that is why social feedback matters so much. People are not only trying to express themselves during conversation, they are trying to locate themselves, to understand how their words are landing, to measure their place within the interaction, to discover whether they are being accepted, understood, respected, or valued. Because beneath every conversation lies a quiet search for information, not just about the topic being discussed, but about ourselves. And the reactions of others are often the mirror people use to find those answers. The invisible signals of confidence, doubt, and authority, before people consciously evaluate what someone is saying. They are already reacting to how it feels to listen to them. Long before logic enters the picture, the mind is picking up subtle cues that shape perception. Confidence, doubt, and authority are not just ideas expressed through words. They are signals embedded in tone, rhythm, behavior, and presence. What makes this so powerful is that most of it happens beneath awareness. People rarely stop to think about why someone feels trustworthy or uncertain. They simply feel it, and that feeling quietly influences whether they accept, question, or follow what is being said. Confidence, at its core, is often communicated through stability. People who speak with steady pacing, controlled tone, and minimal internal hesitation tend to project a sense of certainty. It is not necessarily about being correct. It is about appearing anchored in what is being said. When a person sounds grounded, others naturally reduce their resistance and become more open to their message. Even silence plays a role here. Someone who is comfortable pausing without rushing to fill gaps often appears more self-assured. The pause signals that they are not afraid of space. They are not dependent on constant validation. That comfort with silence creates a subtle impression of control, as if the speaker is not being pushed by the conversation but guiding it. Doubt, on the other hand, often leaks through inconsistency. It shows up in small fractures in communication. A voice that rises at the end of statements, frequent self-correction, or constant softening of claims can all signal uncertainty. Even when the content is accurate, these signals can make the message feel less stable in the listener's mind. There is also a deeper layer to doubt that goes beyond words. People unconsciously look for alignment between expression and intention. If someone appears unsure of their own message, others begin to question it as well. The doubt does not just belong to the speaker anymore. It spreads into the listener's interpretation. Authority is different from both confidence and doubt. Confidence is personal certainty. Authority is social recognition of that certainty. It is what happens when other people begin treating someone's perspective as worth following. Authority is often built through consistency over time. When someone responds to situations with clarity, emotional control, and predictable judgment, others begin to trust their stability. This trust slowly transforms into influence. People start deferring to their perspective not because they are told to, but because it feels reliable. Another subtle signal of authority is how a person handles disagreement. Those who remain composed during tension tend to gain respect even from people who disagree with them. Calmness in the face of challenge signals that the person is not easily destabilized. That emotional steadiness becomes a form of credibility. Attention also plays a hidden role in authority. People who are constantly trying to be noticed often appear less authoritative than those who simply hold attention without forcing it. There is a difference between seeking focus and naturally receiving it. Authority tends to emerge in those who do not appear dependent on constant approval. Interestingly, these signals are often interpreted before content is fully processed. A strong idea delivered with uncertainty may be dismissed, while a weaker idea delivered with confidence may be accepted. This is not because people are irrational, but because the brain uses shortcuts to evaluate trustworthiness in real time. Over time, these signals accumulate. One interaction may not define perception, but repeated patterns do. People remember how someone consistently speaks, reacts, and carries themselves. These patterns form an internal impression that shapes future interactions. And this is why confidence, doubt, and authority are not just personal traits. They are communicative forces. They shape how messages are received, how ideas are judged, and how influence naturally forms in conversation. Most people believe communication is about what is said, but in reality, a large part of communication is about what is silently signaled underneath it, and those invisible signals often decide more than the words themselves ever could. How compliments follow predictable social patterns. Most people think compliments are spontaneous, something you say in the moment, because you genuinely notice something good about another person. And while that can be true on the surface, compliments are actually far more structured than they appear. Beneath the casual delivery, they follow predictable social patterns that shape how they are given, received, and interpreted. A compliment is never just about praise. It is also about positioning. When someone compliments another person, they are not only describing what they see, they are also revealing how they relate to them. The compliment becomes a signal that carries information about attention, status, familiarity, and intent. Think about how differently a compliment feels depending on who says it. If a close friend tells you that you did something well, it feels warm and natural. If a stranger says the same thing, it can feel unexpected or even slightly suspicious. If someone in a position of authority gives praise, it may feel validating in a different way entirely. The words might be identical, but the social meaning changes completely based on context. This is because compliments are not isolated statements. They exist inside relationships. One of the most common patterns in compliments is timing. Early compliments in a relationship tend to focus on surface-level traits: appearance, style, general behavior, or visible effort. These are safe observations that do not require deep emotional knowledge. As familiarity grows, compliments slowly shift toward more personal or specific qualities. Judgment, character, skill, or personality traits begin to appear. The progression reflects increasing social comfort. Compliments also follow a pattern of risk. The more specific and meaningful a compliment becomes, the more emotionally exposed both sides feel. Saying someone looks nice is low risk. Saying you admire how they handle difficult situations is higher risk because it touches on identity rather than appearance. As a result, people often calibrate their compliments carefully based on how safe the interaction feels. Another important pattern is reciprocity. Compliments often trigger an unspoken expectation of balance. When someone receives praise, there is often a subtle urge to respond positively, either by returning a compliment or by acknowledging the gesture in a way that maintains social equilibrium. This does not always happen consciously, but it helps preserve smooth interaction between people. What is interesting is that compliments are rarely neutral. They carry direction. They can elevate someone, reinforce confidence, or strengthen connection. But they can also create discomfort if they feel misaligned with context. A compliment that feels too intense too quickly can create uncertainty about intent. A compliment that feels too generic can feel insincere. The effectiveness of a compliment depends heavily on how well it fits the moment. There is also a subtle pattern in how people receive compliments. Many individuals instinctively downplay or deflect praise, not necessarily because they disagree with it, but because accepting it too directly can feel socially awkward. Phrases like "it was nothing" or "I just got lucky" often function as small acts of social balancing. They reduce perceived imbalance between people and make the interaction feel more comfortable. At the same time, compliments also serve as tools for relationship building. When someone pays attention to something specific about you and expresses appreciation for it, it signals recognition. It shows that they are observing you closely enough to notice details. That recognition often creates a sense of connection that goes beyond the words themselves. Over time, patterns of complimenting can even define relationships. Some interactions are built around frequent light praise and positive reinforcement. Others are more restrained, where compliments are rare but carry greater weight when they do appear. Each style creates a different emotional atmosphere. What makes all of this so subtle is that people rarely analyze compliments while they are happening. They simply feel their effect. A well-placed compliment can lift mood, strengthen rapport, or increase trust without ever being explicitly examined. And a poorly timed one can create distance without either person fully understanding why. In the end, compliments are not random acts of kindness floating in conversation. They are structured social signals shaped by timing, context, relationship, and emotional safety. They follow patterns because human interaction itself follows patterns. And once you begin to notice those patterns, even the simplest compliment starts to reveal something deeper about how people connect, position themselves, and quietly navigate the invisible structure of social life. The rule of emotional contagion in conversations. Most people assume conversations are mainly about exchanging information. One person speaks, the other responds, and meaning moves back and forth like data. But in reality, something far more subtle is happening underneath every interaction. People are not just exchanging ideas, they are exchanging emotional states. This is the rule of emotional contagion. It is the quiet process through which feelings spread between people without anyone explicitly expressing them. Mood, tone, and emotional energy are constantly being transmitted, absorbed, and reflected in conversation, often without conscious awareness. Think about how quickly the atmosphere of a conversation can change. Someone walks in cheerful and energetic, and suddenly the room feels lighter. Someone else enters with tension or frustration, and even before they say anything meaningful, the environment already feels different. No explanation is needed. The emotional tone arrives before the content does. This happens because human beings are naturally tuned to read emotional signals. Facial expressions, tone of voice, pacing, and body language all carry emotional information that the brain processes automatically. Before we interpret words, we interpret feeling. And once we pick up that feeling, we often mirror it. This mirroring is not deliberate. It is built into how social connection works. When someone smiles, others tend to soften. When someone speaks calmly, the environment becomes more relaxed. When someone expresses anxiety or frustration, those emotions can subtly spread through the interaction. The brain adjusts itself to match the emotional climate it perceives. This is why certain people are described as having a strong presence. It is not only about confidence or personality. It is about the emotional effect they have on others. Some individuals stabilize the emotional tone of a room. Others intensify it. And both effects can spread quickly through conversation. What makes emotional contagion so powerful is that it does not require agreement. Two people can completely disagree on ideas while still sharing the same emotional state. In fact, emotional alignment often happens independently of intellectual alignment. You might disagree with someone logically, but still feel calm in their presence. Or you might agree with someone's point, but feel uneasy because of their emotional tone. This separation between logic and emotion is what makes conversations complex. People often think they are reacting to arguments, but they are also reacting to feelings underneath those arguments. A calm delivery can make even controversial ideas feel more acceptable. A tense delivery can make even reasonable ideas feel threatening. Emotional contagion also works through repetition. The longer someone stays in an emotional environment, the more likely they are to absorb its tone. A short interaction may have little effect, but extended exposure can gradually shift how someone feels. This is why certain conversations leave people feeling energized, while others leave them drained, even if nothing explicitly negative was said. Another important aspect is feedback. Emotional states are not only transmitted, they are reinforced. When someone expresses emotion and receives a matching response, that emotion becomes amplified. If excitement is met with excitement, it grows. If frustration is met with calm understanding, it may soften. The interaction itself becomes a system that shapes emotional intensity in real time. This is also why emotional regulation in conversation matters so much. People who can maintain stability often influence the entire dynamic of an interaction. They act as emotional anchors. In contrast, individuals who react strongly can shift the tone rapidly, sometimes unintentionally pulling others into their emotional state. What is most fascinating is that emotional contagion often feels like personal emotion. People rarely realize they are absorbing feelings from others. Instead, they experience the emotion as if it originated internally. A conversation can leave someone feeling anxious, uplifted, or irritated, even if the actual content was neutral. The emotional layer of the interaction is what remains. Over time, this creates patterns in relationships. Some people consistently make others feel calm, understood, or energized. Others tend to create tension, uncertainty, or fatigue. These patterns are rarely discussed directly, but they strongly influence how relationships form and persist. The rule of emotional contagion reveals that conversations are not just exchanges of words or ideas. They are exchanges of emotional energy. Every interaction carries a tone that moves between people, shaping how they feel long after the conversation ends. And once you begin to notice it, you realize that what people remember most is not always what was said. It is how they felt while it was being said. Why people naturally match language, tone, and energy. Most people assume conversation is just about exchanging words. One person speaks, another responds, and meaning passes back and forth like information. But in reality, something much more subtle is happening underneath every interaction. People are constantly adjusting themselves to each other in ways they rarely notice. Language, tone, and energy begin to align almost automatically in conversation. And this is not coincidence. It is a built-in social mechanism. The moment two people start interacting, their nervous systems begin scanning for cues. Not just what is being said, but how it is being said. The speed of speech, the emotional tone, the level of formality, the volume, even the rhythm of pauses. All of these signals create a kind of emotional atmosphere. And humans naturally adapt to that atmosphere. This process is called coordination, but it feels more like unconscious sensing. If one person speaks calmly, the other often slows down without realizing it. If one person is enthusiastic and expressive, the other tends to become more animated. If one person uses formal language, the other often becomes more structured in response. These shifts are usually not deliberate. They happen automatically as the brain tries to reduce social friction. At the core of this behavior is the need for connection. Humans are deeply social beings, and social connection becomes smoother when both people feel like they are operating in the same emotional space. When there is mismatch, the interaction feels slightly off. When there is alignment, the conversation feels natural and effortless. Matching language and tone is the brain's way of creating that alignment. One of the most powerful drivers of this behavior is empathy. When someone speaks, the listener does not just decode the meaning of words. They simulate the emotional state behind those words. That simulation then influences their own internal state. Over time, this leads to subtle mirroring in speech and behavior. For example, if someone is speaking with frustration, the listener may begin to adopt a slightly sharper tone without realizing it. If someone is speaking softly and thoughtfully, the listener may lower their own intensity. This is not imitation in a conscious sense. It is emotional resonance translating into behavioral adjustment. Energy levels also tend to synchronize. High-energy environments naturally elevate participants. Calm environments naturally lower arousal. The nervous system is constantly adjusting to match what feels appropriate in the moment. This helps conversations feel coherent rather than disjointed. What makes this even more interesting is that people often interpret matching as connection. When someone mirrors their tone or speaking style, it creates a feeling of being understood. It signals similarity, even if the people are very different. That sense of similarity reduces social distance and makes interaction feel smoother. This is why good conversational flow often feels effortless. It is not that people are consciously trying to match each other. It is that both nervous systems are continuously negotiating a shared rhythm. However, this matching is not always perfect or symmetrical. Sometimes one person leads the emotional tone and the other follows. In other cases, the adjustment happens slowly over time as both people converge toward a middle ground. The conversation becomes a shared space where neither voice dominates completely, but both influence the overall pattern. Interestingly, mismatches in tone or energy can create discomfort. If one person is highly energetic while the other remains extremely reserved, the interaction can feel strained. If one person is emotionally intense while the other is completely flat, it can feel disconnected. The brain interprets this mismatch as a lack of alignment, even if the words themselves are perfectly clear. This is why people often say they just click with certain individuals. What they are actually describing is rapid and natural synchronization of communication style. The language, tone, and emotional energy settle into harmony quickly, creating a sense of ease. In many ways, conversation is less about what is said and more about how two nervous systems adjust to each other in real time. Words are only the surface layer. Beneath them is a continuous process of calibration, where each person is subtly shaping and being shaped by the other. And once this alignment happens, the conversation stops feeling like two separate voices. It starts feeling like one shared rhythm expressed through two people. The hidden mechanics of building rapport. Most people think rapport is something that either happens or it does not. You meet someone, you talk for a few minutes, and you either click or you do not. But what feels like chemistry is usually not random at all. Rapport is built through a set of hidden psychological mechanics that operate beneath awareness, shaping how safe, familiar, and aligned two people feel with each other. At its core, rapport is the feeling of reduced psychological distance. It is the sense that the other person is not a threat, not a stranger in the emotional sense, and not someone you need to guard yourself against. Instead, they feel understandable, predictable, and emotionally in sync. That feeling does not come from one single action. It is constructed through many small signals stacked on top of each other. One of the first mechanics is pacing. When two people match each other's conversational rhythm, rapport begins to form. This includes speaking speed, response timing, and even the natural flow of pauses. If one person speaks quickly and the other responds in a similarly fluid way, the interaction feels smooth. If one is fast and the other is slow without adjustment, the interaction can feel slightly disconnected. The brain reads this mismatch as lack of alignment. Another key mechanism is validation. People build rapport with those who make them feel understood. This does not always mean agreement. It means recognition. When someone responds in a way that shows they have accurately grasped your meaning, your emotional state, or your perspective, a subtle bond forms. Even small phrases or reactions that confirm understanding can significantly reduce social distance. Mirroring is another powerful layer. Without consciously trying, people often begin to reflect each other's language patterns, posture, tone, and emotional energy. This mirroring signals similarity, and similarity is one of the fastest ways the brain decides that someone is safe or familiar. When someone unconsciously adopts aspects of your communication style, it creates a quiet sense of connection. There is also the mechanism of self-disclosure timing. Rapport does not grow well in environments that are either too guarded or too exposed too quickly. When people reveal information about themselves at a gradual and balanced pace, trust builds naturally. Early conversations usually stay on the surface, then slowly move into more personal territory as comfort increases. If someone shares too much too soon, it can overwhelm the natural rhythm of trust building. If they share too little for too long, connection may never deepen. Another subtle but important factor is responsiveness. People feel more connected to those who react appropriately to what they say. Not just listening, but responding in a way that shows engagement. Nods, verbal acknowledgments, relevant questions, and emotional reactions all signal that the conversation is being received actively. When responsiveness is present, people feel seen. And being seen is one of the strongest foundations of rapport. Shared focus also plays a major role. When two people are mentally oriented toward the same topic, idea, or experience, a temporary sense of unity forms. The conversation stops feeling like two separate streams and becomes one shared direction of attention. This alignment of focus creates the feeling of being on the same page, even if only temporarily. Perhaps one of the most overlooked mechanics is emotional safety. Rapport cannot develop in environments where people feel judged, dismissed, or socially threatened. When the interaction feels safe, the nervous system relaxes. And when the nervous system relaxes, openness increases. This is why people often feel closer to those who make them feel comfortable without pressure. Safety creates the conditions where connection can actually grow. What is interesting is that none of these mechanics require deep analysis in real time. Most people do not consciously track pacing, mirroring, validation, or responsiveness. Instead, the brain integrates all of these signals into a single impression. This person feels easy to talk to, or they do not. That impression becomes rapport, and once rapport is established, communication changes. People become more open, more expressive, and more willing to share ideas without hesitation. The interaction feels smoother because less emotional energy is spent on self-protection. In this way, rapport is not a single moment. It is a gradual convergence of multiple invisible signals working together. It is built quietly through repetition, alignment, and mutual adjustment until the interaction feels effortless. And when it works, it creates something most people recognize instantly, but rarely understand. The feeling that conversation is no longer effort. It is flow. How conversational boundaries protect relationships. Most people think strong relationships are built on openness, where nothing is held back and everything is shared freely. But in reality, relationships do not survive because people say everything. They survive because people understand what not to say, when not to push, and where to stop. That invisible structure is what conversational boundaries are. And they are not restrictions in a negative sense. They are protection mechanisms. Every relationship, whether it is friendship, family, or romantic, has an unspoken map of emotional limits. These limits define how deep a conversation can go, how sensitive a topic can be handled, and how much pressure the interaction can tolerate before it becomes uncomfortable. Most people never explicitly define these boundaries, but they constantly feel them. Think about how you naturally behave differently with different people. There are topics you bring up easily with one friend, but avoid completely with another. There are things you can joke about in one group that would feel completely wrong in another. These differences are not accidental. They are boundary systems operating in the background. One of the main ways conversational boundaries protect relationships is by preventing emotional overload. Not every relationship is built for deep emotional intensity at all times. If every conversation constantly pushed into sensitive or heavy territory, the relationship would quickly become exhausting. Boundaries help regulate emotional depth so that connection remains sustainable over time. They allow people to interact without constantly draining each other. Another important function is maintaining psychological safety. When people know what topics are safe and what areas require caution, they feel more secure in expressing themselves. This predictability reduces anxiety. It creates a stable environment where communication can happen without fear of unexpected emotional reactions. Without these informal limits, every conversation would feel unpredictable and potentially risky. Boundaries also protect identity within relationships. People are not the same in every context. They have different roles, different emotional states, and different levels of vulnerability depending on who they are with. Conversational boundaries help preserve these roles. They prevent unnecessary exposure of parts of the self that are not ready to be shared in every situation. This allows relationships to remain balanced instead of constantly destabilizing personal identity. Another subtle function is conflict prevention. Many disagreements do not happen because people express opposing views, but because someone crosses an emotional line that was not clearly defined. A topic might be too personal, too soon, or too sensitive for the current level of trust. Boundaries help signal where those lines are, even without explicit communication. When people stay within those lines, friction is reduced. When they cross them, tension often appears immediately. What makes conversational boundaries especially interesting is that they are constantly negotiated in real time. They are not fixed rules. They shift depending on emotional state, trust level, timing, and context. A topic that feels off limits one day may feel completely acceptable later. A conversation that feels too deep in one moment may feel natural in another. This means boundaries are not walls. They are dynamic thresholds. One of the ways people establish these thresholds is through subtle feedback. If someone reacts negatively to a topic, the other person learns to avoid it in the future. If someone responds positively to vulnerability, the boundary expands slightly. Over time, these micro-adjustments shape the structure of the relationship without ever being formally discussed. Another important aspect is respect. Healthy conversational boundaries are not about avoiding depth. They are about respecting emotional readiness. When someone chooses not to push into certain areas, it signals awareness of the other person's comfort level. This creates trust. People feel safer with those who do not force emotional exposure. Interestingly, boundaries also make deeper connection possible. Without them, conversations can become overwhelming or chaotic. With them, there is structure, and within that structure, trust can grow gradually. The existence of limits actually allows intimacy to develop in a stable and sustainable way. What people often misunderstand is that boundaries do not reduce closeness. They make it manageable. Without boundaries, everything would be exposed at once, and relationships would struggle to maintain balance. With boundaries, connection can deepen step by step, respecting emotional timing and capacity. In this sense, conversational boundaries are not barriers to connection. They are the framework that makes connection possible without breaking the relationship itself. And the most important part is that they are almost never spoken aloud. They are simply felt, respected, and adjusted through every interaction, quietly shaping how people stay close without crossing the lines that would push them apart. The rule of attention, whoever controls focus shapes the dialogue. Most people assume conversations are driven by ideas. One person says something, the other responds, and the best argument or most interesting point naturally takes over. But in real interactions, something more fundamental is happening underneath the words. Conversations are not just shaped by what is said. They are shaped by what is being focused on. Attention is the real currency of dialogue. Whoever controls attention is quietly shaping the direction, meaning, and outcome of the conversation itself. Think about a simple interaction. Two people are talking, and one of them brings up a specific detail. If the other person picks up that detail and asks a question about it, the conversation immediately shifts in that direction. If instead they ignore it and focus on something else, the entire flow changes. Nothing about the original statement has changed, but the path of the conversation has been redirected purely by what received attention. This is how dialogue is actually structured, not as a linear exchange of statements, but as a series of attention choices. Every response is a decision about what matters most in what was just said. One of the most powerful ways attention shapes conversation is through selective reinforcement. When someone highlights a particular part of a message, they are effectively telling the speaker, "This is what we are focusing on now." Over time, repeated reinforcement of certain themes builds the structure of the conversation. Other details fade into the background, not because they were unimportant, but because they were not attended to. This is why some topics grow and expand while others disappear. It is not always about importance. It is about where attention is placed. Another subtle mechanism is redirection. Skilled communicators often guide attention without explicitly controlling it. They pick up a small detail, expand on it, and suddenly the conversation is anchored to that thread. From there, everything else flows around that chosen point of focus. This happens so smoothly that neither person feels like anything has been controlled, even though the direction has clearly shifted. Attention also determines emotional tone. When focus is placed on problems, the conversation tends to become more serious. When attention is placed on solutions, it becomes more constructive. When attention is placed on emotional experiences, the interaction becomes more personal. The same conversation can feel completely different depending on where attention is consistently directed. What makes this even more important is that attention is limited. People cannot fully focus on everything at once. This means every conversation involves constant filtering. What gets highlighted, what gets ignored, and what gets revisited all shape the experience of dialogue. The parts that receive attention become the conversation. The rest effectively disappears. In many cases, influence in conversation comes less from persuasion and more from attention management. The person who decides what is worth focusing on often sets the framework that others unconsciously follow. Even disagreement depends on attention. You can only argue against what is being actively focused on. Everything else remains outside the conversation. There is also a psychological effect that strengthens this rule. People tend to assume that what receives attention must be important. If a listener keeps returning to a specific point, the speaker begins to see it as central. If a detail is repeatedly ignored, it starts to feel less significant. Over time, this shapes not only the conversation, but also how the participants understand the topic itself. This is why conversations can feel like they develop a life of their own. Once attention locks onto a direction, it becomes self-reinforcing. Each response strengthens the current focus, making it harder for the conversation to drift elsewhere unless something actively shifts it. Even silence plays a role in attention control. When someone pauses after a statement, that pause often draws attention to the last thing said. It creates space for reflection, but also emphasis. The lack of immediate response forces the listener to hold that idea in focus for longer, which increases its impact. What is most interesting is that this entire process is usually invisible to the people involved. They believe they are simply exchanging ideas, when in reality they are continuously negotiating what deserves focus. That negotiation determines not only the direction of the conversation, but also its emotional weight and meaning. In the end, conversations are not just about expression. They are about selection. Out of everything that could be noticed, only a few things are actually attended to, and those selections quietly decide what the conversation becomes. Because in dialogue, attention is not just part of communication, it is the steering wheel. Why people use indirect language for sensitive topics? Most people assume honesty means saying things as directly as possible. Clear words, straight meaning, no ambiguity. But in real human conversation, especially when topics become emotionally sensitive, people rarely speak in fully direct terms. Instead, they soften, hint, imply, or wrap their meaning inside safer language. This is not confusion, it is protection. Indirect language is one of the main tools people use to handle emotional risk in conversation. When a topic carries potential discomfort, conflict, or vulnerability, the mind automatically looks for ways to reduce the impact of how it is expressed. The goal is not to hide meaning completely, but to deliver it in a way that preserves connection. Think about how people talk about disappointment. Instead of saying, "I am unhappy with what you did," they might say, "It was not exactly what I expected." The meaning is still there, but the emotional sharpness has been reduced. The message becomes easier to receive without triggering immediate defensiveness. This happens because direct language can feel like confrontation. Even when the intention is calm, certain phrases can activate emotional resistance in the listener. Once that resistance appears, communication becomes harder. people stop focusing on understanding and start focusing on self-protection. Indirect language helps avoid that reaction by lowering emotional intensity. Another reason for indirect communication is face-saving. People are deeply sensitive to how they are perceived in front of others. Direct statements, especially negative ones, can create embarrassment or social discomfort. By softening language, the speaker allows the listener to maintain dignity while still receiving the message. This preserves the relationship even when the content is difficult. For example, instead of saying "you are wrong," someone might say "I see it a bit differently." The disagreement remains, but the social tension is reduced. The listener is not forced into a defensive position, which makes continued conversation more possible. Indirect language also allows flexibility. When something is not stated in absolute terms, it leaves room for interpretation. This can be useful in situations where full certainty is not possible, or where the speaker wants to avoid being locked into a rigid position. By being less direct, people can adjust meaning depending on how the conversation develops. There is also an important emotional reason behind this behavior. Sensitive topics often involve uncertainty about how the other person will react. Indirect language acts as a buffer. It gives the speaker psychological distance from the statement, making it easier to express difficult thoughts without feeling overly exposed. Instead of saying something that feels final or absolute, people often test the emotional environment first. They hint at the idea, observe the reaction, and then decide whether to continue or soften further. This creates a gradual approach to difficult conversations rather than an immediate confrontation. Another layer of indirect language is social harmony. Human relationships are built not only on truth, but also on maintaining stability. If every difficult thought were expressed in the most direct form, social interactions would become constantly tense. Indirect language helps regulate emotional temperature, allowing people to address issues without destabilizing the entire relationship. Interestingly, indirect language is not always weaker than direct language. In many cases, it can be more powerful. A subtle suggestion can carry more emotional weight than a blunt statement because it invites interpretation. The listener becomes active in constructing meaning, which often makes the message feel more personal and internalized. For example, saying "I wonder if that might have been a bit much" leaves space for reflection, while still pointing clearly at a concern. The message lands gently, but it still lands. What makes indirect communication so effective is that it aligns with how humans naturally process emotion. People are not purely logical receivers of information. They are sensitive to tone, context, and perceived intention. Indirect language respects that sensitivity by adjusting delivery rather than just focusing on content. It also helps maintain long-term communication. Relationships are not built on a single conversation, but on many repeated interactions. If every sensitive topic is handled too bluntly, it can create emotional friction that builds over time. Indirect language spreads out that tension, making difficult conversations more sustainable. At its core, this behavior is not about avoiding truth. It is about managing how truth enters a shared emotional space. People are constantly balancing honesty with connection. Too much directness can damage trust. Too much avoidance can prevent clarity. Indirect language sits in the middle, allowing both to coexist. And that is why people rely on it so often. Because in real communication, how something is said often determines whether it can be heard at all. The invisible process of predicting what others will say next, Most people think conversation is reactive. One person speaks, the other responds, and the exchange moves forward in a simple back and forth sequence. But in reality, human communication is far more anticipatory than it appears. While someone is speaking, the listener is rarely just listening. They are already predicting what comes next. This is the invisible process of conversational prediction, and it is happening constantly beneath awareness in almost every interaction. The brain does not wait for a sentence to finish before beginning to interpret it. It actively builds expectations in real time. As words unfold, the mind is already generating possible endings, likely meanings, and probable directions the conversation might take. This predictive layer is what allows people to respond quickly, stay engaged, and feel like dialogue flows naturally. Without prediction, conversation would feel slow and disconnected. Every response would require full processing from scratch. Instead, the brain reduces effort by continuously forecasting what the other person is likely to say next. Think about a simple example. If someone says, "I had a really stressful day at work today," because your mind does not stay passive, it immediately begins generating possibilities. Maybe they will talk about a difficult meeting, maybe a deadline, maybe a conflict with someone. Before they even finish speaking, you are already preparing emotional and conversational responses based on those predictions. When the actual ending arrives, your brain compares it to the prediction. If it matches, the conversation feels smooth and effortless. If it differs, attention sharpens, and you adjust quickly to update your understanding. This constant cycle of prediction and correction is what makes dialogue feel fluid. One of the reasons people feel understood by certain individuals is not just because of what is said, but because their predictions are often accurate. When someone consistently anticipates your thoughts correctly, it creates a sense of alignment. It feels like the other person is on the same wavelength. In reality, they are simply very good at recognizing patterns in how you think and speak. This predictive ability is deeply tied to experience. The more conversations someone has, the more data they accumulate about how people typically express ideas, emotions, and intentions. Over time, the brain builds internal models of communication patterns. These models help anticipate common structures in speech, such as how complaints are usually framed, how stories tend to unfold, or how disagreements are often introduced. But prediction is not only based on language patterns. It is also shaped by context, tone, and emotional cues. A slight pause, a shift in facial expression, or a change in energy can all guide the brain toward different expectations. Even before words arrive, the body is already providing hints about what might be coming next. This is why misunderstandings often happen when predictions are wrong. The listener anticipates one direction, but the speaker moves in another. The mismatch forces rapid adjustment, which can feel like confusion or surprise. In some cases, it even changes the emotional tone of the conversation entirely. Interestingly, people often rely on prediction more when conversations are familiar. With close friends or repeated interactions, the brain becomes highly efficient at forecasting responses. You begin to know how someone is likely to react, what phrases they tend to use, and how they structure their thoughts. This reduces cognitive effort and creates a sense of ease in communication. With strangers, prediction is less accurate, which is why conversations can feel slower or more deliberate at first. The brain is still building its model of how the other person communicates, testing assumptions and adjusting expectations in real time. Another important aspect of prediction is that it influences how people respond. Because the listener is already anticipating certain directions, they often prepare responses before the speaker has finished. This is why interruptions sometimes happen unintentionally. The mind believes it has already understood the direction of the conversation and moves ahead too quickly. Prediction also affects perception. If someone expects a negative statement, even a neutral sentence can be interpreted cautiously. If they expect agreement, they may hear alignment even in slightly ambiguous responses. In this way, prediction does not just shape conversation flow, it shapes meaning itself. What makes this process so powerful is that it is invisible to most people. Conversations feel immediate and spontaneous, but underneath that surface is a continuous simulation of possible futures. The brain is constantly asking, what is this likely to become, and adjusting behavior based on those predictions. In the end, communication is not just about reacting to what is said. It is about constantly preparing for what might be said next. And most of the time, people are already living one step ahead of the conversation without even realizing it. How conversations quietly maintain social order. Most people think social order is something created by rules, laws, or authority. Something external that tells people how to behave. But in everyday life, far more of that order is maintained through ordinary conversation than people realize. Not through commands or enforcement, but through subtle patterns of agreement, correction, and adjustment that happen constantly in speech. Conversations are not just exchanges of information. They are ongoing negotiations about what is acceptable, what is normal, and what is out of place. Every time people talk, they are also reinforcing boundaries. Not in an explicit way, but through reactions. A slight pause after an inappropriate comment. A change in tone when something feels off. A quick correction when someone misunderstands context. Even laughter or silence can signal whether something fits within the social environment or not. These small reactions act like feedback loops. They gently guide behavior without needing direct confrontation. One of the main ways conversations maintain order is through correction disguised as normal dialogue. People rarely say, "You should not say that," in a blunt way. Instead, they reframe, redirect, or respond in a way that signals discomfort. The speaker then adjusts without needing formal instruction. Over time, this creates shared understanding of what is socially appropriate. For example, if someone makes a comment that feels too harsh or too personal, others might respond with hesitation or shift the topic slightly. That subtle shift communicates a boundary. No rule is stated, but the message is clear enough for most people to understand. This allows social order to be maintained without breaking the flow of interaction. Another important mechanism is repetition of norms. In conversation, people often echo ideas, expectations, and behaviors that are already accepted within the group. When something is repeated often enough, it begins to feel natural. Not because it is enforced, but because it becomes familiar. Familiarity slowly transforms into expectation, and expectation becomes informal rule. This is how group standards form without being written down anywhere. What people consistently agree on in conversation becomes the baseline for what is considered normal. Social order is also maintained through subtle approval and disapproval signals. A nod, a smile, a laugh, or even silence can reinforce or weaken certain behaviors. When someone says something aligned with group expectations, they are often met with ease and positive response. When they step outside those expectations, the response may become more neutral or cautious. These reactions shape future behavior more effectively than direct instruction. Over time, individuals learn to read these signals automatically. They begin adjusting their speech, tone, and topics in real time to match what feels socially acceptable. This creates a self-regulating system where most people conform to norms without ever being explicitly told to do so. What makes this system so powerful is that it feels natural rather than enforced. People do not experience it as control. They experience it as conversation. But beneath that surface, there is constant calibration happening. Each interaction updates a person's understanding of what is acceptable in that environment. Even disagreement plays a role in maintaining order. When people challenge ideas, they are not just expressing opposition. They are also testing the boundaries of acceptable thought within the group. The way others respond to disagreement helps define how far deviation is tolerated. Some groups allow open challenge. Others prefer subtle disagreement. These patterns become part of the group's identity. Silence is another important tool. What is not said often matters as much as what is said. When certain topics are consistently avoided, that avoidance itself becomes a signal. It defines areas that are socially sensitive or discouraged. People quickly learn to recognize these invisible limits and adjust accordingly. In this way, conversations function like a continuous feedback system that shapes behavior in real time. There is no single authority controlling it. Instead, everyone participates in maintaining it through their responses, reactions, and choices of what to engage with or ignore. This is why social order often feels stable even without explicit structure. Most people are constantly aligning themselves with the expectations of others, and those expectations are continuously reinforced through everyday dialogue. What appears to be casual conversation is actually a subtle system of coordination. It organizes behavior, defines boundaries, and keeps interactions predictable enough for society to function smoothly. And most of the time, people are not aware they are doing it. They are simply talking. The rule that every conversation must end somehow and why endings matter, most people focus on how conversations begin. The opening line, the first impression, the way two people break the silence and enter interaction. But what is far less noticed is that every conversation is also moving toward something inevitable. It must end, and that ending is not a minor detail. It is one of the most emotionally significant parts of the entire exchange. No matter how natural or effortless a conversation feels, there is always an underlying pressure to resolve it. At some point, one person will leave, the topic will be closed, or attention will shift elsewhere. This requirement shapes the entire structure of interaction, even when nobody is consciously thinking about it. Endings matter because they define how the conversation is remembered. The human mind does not store interactions as continuous streams. It compresses them into impressions, and those impressions are heavily influenced by how things conclude. A conversation that ends warmly often feels better in memory than one that ends abruptly, even if the content was similar. The final moments act like a seal that locks in emotional interpretation. This is why awkward or unclear endings can feel disproportionately uncomfortable. If a conversation trails off without closure, people often experience a subtle sense of unfinished tension, not because something went wrong in a dramatic sense, but because the interaction did not fully resolve. The brain prefers completion, and when that completion is missing, it continues processing the experience even after it ends. One of the hidden functions of conversation endings is emotional confirmation. The final exchange often signals whether the interaction was positive, neutral, or strained. A simple goodbye, a smile, or a final acknowledgement can redefine the entire emotional tone of what just happened, even if the middle of the conversation contained complexity or disagreement. The ending can soften or stabilize how it is remembered. This is also why people often become more careful toward the end of a conversation. There is a natural awareness that the final impression carries weight. Small adjustments in tone, added politeness, or a final reassuring comment often appear as people unconsciously try to shape how the interaction will be stored in memory. Another important aspect is social closure. Conversations are not just exchanges between individuals. They are temporary shared spaces. Ending them requires mutual recognition that the interaction is complete. Without that recognition, there can be a feeling of imbalance, as if one person is still mentally inside the conversation while the other has already moved on. This is why exit rituals exist in almost every culture. Phrases like "see you later," "take care," "talk soon," or even simple gestures like nodding or smiling serve a deeper purpose. They signal that the shared space is closing in a socially acceptable way. These rituals prevent abrupt disconnection, which can feel emotionally disorienting. Endings also help define relationship dynamics. The way two people end a conversation often reflects the level of comfort between them. Some endings are formal and brief. Others are extended and warm. Some include humor or continuation signals, suggesting ongoing connection. These patterns quietly reinforce the nature of the relationship itself. What is particularly interesting is that endings can sometimes matter more than the conversation content. A difficult discussion that ends on a calm and respectful note can preserve the relationship. A pleasant conversation that ends awkwardly can leave a lingering sense of discomfort. The final emotional state often overrides earlier moments in shaping memory. This happens because the brain gives disproportionate weight to recent information. The final moments are freshest, and therefore they carry more influence in how the entire interaction is evaluated. This is why endings function almost like a summary, even when nothing explicit is being summarized. There is also a psychological transition involved. Ending a conversation is not only about closing communication with another person. It is also about shifting attention back to the individual self. When a conversation ends, the shared focus dissolves, and each person returns to their own internal world. A smooth ending helps make that transition feel natural rather than abrupt. Without proper closure, there can be a slight emotional residue, a feeling that something was left unresolved even if nothing important was actually unfinished. That residue is not about logic. It is about the interruption of shared attention. Ultimately, conversation endings are not just conclusions. They are part of the structure of meaning itself. They shape memory, influence emotion, and define how relationships are experienced over time. And while people often pay attention to what is said at the beginning or in the middle, it is the ending that quietly decides how the entire interaction will be remembered long after the words are gone.